is a presentation of Sertoba Media and Comey Media, Incorporated. The NFL is now under a new dynasty. What does that mean for the NFL in the weeks and months and years to come? Tune in to Total Football Talk. Football talk, gridiron news and fun, just the way you like it. I am one half of this show, Cole Johnson, aka the Mad Scientist and EP Extraordinaire, and I am joined as always by the other co-host of this program, Mr. Commander's Gridiron Report, Mr. D. Willie in the evening, Mr. In or Out Sports Debate. Yes, I am talking about D. Willie, the man who's in charge of the D. Willie Bucks, aka Drew Willingham. A happy and richer Drew Willingham. How you doing, sir?
Shout out to DraftKings for that, as I rarely do that. But yes, play a little money in this past Sunday's game. But most importantly, I'm happy to be back here on this show, episode 24. This season went by quick, but for every week of the season, including playoffs, we were here for all of it. So looking forward to recapping the finality of the playoffs for this past Sunday's game.
Yes, and speaking of finality, I guess we could start now with breaking it down in opening drive.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989, on two. Ready? Break!
So unless you were under a rock or indisposed or in a coma or something, yes, there was a big game that took place in Las Vegas this past Sunday between the Kansas City Chiefs and the favored San Francisco 49ers. It was nip and tuck in the second half. In the first half, the 49ers got off to a good start, actually shut out the Chiefs until the very end of the first half. They went in with a 10-3 lead, but the final score was 25-22. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Santa Clara the Santa Clara personnel, they unfortunately received the wonderful times. And we'll talk about why the both of us seem to have some jollies about this, and neither one of us hate nor like the 49ers. But here are the particulars. So you had Patrick Mahomes, who was the Super Bowl MVP, 34 of 46 for 333 yards and 2 touchdowns with a pick. He also carried the ball 9 times for 66 yards. Travis Kelce, he was shut out or close to shut out in the first half. He only had 1 reception for 1 yard in the first half, but he finished the game with 9 receptions for 93 yards. Brock Purdy, 22 of 38, 255 yards and a touchdown. He also had 3 carries for 12 yards and came very close in the overtime period to actually scoring 6 instead of 3. It just wasn't in the cards. Christian McCaffrey, 22 carries for 80 yards and a lost fumble. 8 receptions for 80 yards and a touchdown reception. Juwan Jennings, 4 receptions, 42 yards and a touchdown receiving. 1 for 121 yards and a touchdown throwing. Jake Moody, 3 of 3 in the field goal department. He set the longest field goal made in the Super Bowl, 55 yards, only to be broken by Harrison Butker. And he also tied for the most Super Bowl field goals made in the game with 4. And he broke that longest field goal made in a Super Bowl game by kicking 157 yards. And then you have, I guess you could say, the hero of the game, Mecole Hardman. Not only was he responsible for the game-winning touchdown reception, but he also received he also was on the receiving end of the longest play from scrimmage in the game, 52 yards. And of course, you have Isaiah Pacheco, who 80 carries, close to 60 yards, but he one time. And we also had a muff punt. All right, your thoughts, sir, on your opening thoughts on the Super Bowl 58 festivities.
I have to say that when it comes to games, this is probably one of the best Super Bowls we've seen in a while. And we've seen some good Super Bowls over the years. I mean, only the second time in history that we have seen a Super Bowl going to overtime, and this Super Bowl actually outplayed that one as it went almost to the end. We almost had double extra regulation. It looked like we were going to go in double overtime. Somebody, I saw some tweet yesterday, somebody leaked it out beforehand saying that we were going to go into double overtime for the first time in history.
Yeah.
Psych. That's not happening. It didn't happen. But, one great game overall. And the one thing that you mentioned, Christian McCaffrey having 22 carries for 80 yards. He also matched that yardage on the receiving side, having 80 receiving yards. So basically, all in all, on the offensive side, he participated in 30 plays for 160 yards. Yes. And that's insane. When you think about that and the fact that they lost, usually when you see numbers like that, especially from running back, they're going to get the win. But, I attribute several factors, but the key points into this loss for the 49ers, and you and I were going back and forth at certain points about it during this game, one of them being the fumble by Christian McCaffrey early on in the game, very early on in the first drive. They had fumbleitis back and forth. Pacheco had one too, but that missed extra point was definitely a huge point in it too. And I don't want to give it all away because we got a whole lot more to cover when it comes to the Super Bowl finality of this season. But what I can say is, Patrick Mahomes, 28 years old. It's very, very, very special what this kid is doing. I mean, 6 seasons, 6 AFC title game appearances. He's got 3 Super Bowls out of 4 appearances with 3 Super Bowl MVPs during those and a 2-time NFL MVP throughout all this. I mean, of course, people want to argue last year Jalen Hurts should have got it and Mahomes should only be a 1-time MVP. But, hey, who cares now when you think about the stature of the player of where he is now? I mean, Tom Brady wasn't this celebrated early on in his career, 28. So there's a lot of factors that we can definitely go back and forth even during the offseason on who's better than who by age 28, because you could easily say that Adam Vinatieri helped get him 3 of those first 7 Super Bowls.
Yes.
He was a huge part because Tom Brady was not Tom Brady before 28 like Mahomes is. So, this kid is special, especially the one play. I was looking at some highlights yesterday, and you got to look at what Mahomes does. He's back in the pocket. He is about to get wrecked. I mean, about to get creamed. Little sidearm, little fling pass the man throws to get the first down. And it was just a Pacheco, just a little dump pass. But 99.9% of the time, if it's any other quarterback in this league, past or present, they're taking a sack on that play. I don't care who you are. Lamar Jackson, the most mobile, whoever you are. You are taking the sack on that play. And more than likely, in that moment, when you see that, they're also going to take the... However, when you are Patrick LaVon Mahomes II, you do not take the sack on that play. You wake up faster than we did this morning, and you fling that pass off to the side, and you get that first down. You gotta love it. I loved what I saw from start to finish in this game. It was a roller coaster, but I never gave up on the Chiefs for 1 second, because for them to be the underdog for this game was the stupidest thing I think I've seen in sports history when it comes to Vegas and their bets. And it was like, you were trying to give away money. So yes, you made the comment at the beginning about that. If you're going to give it away,
right,
you have got a champion 2 out of the last 4 years, and they are going for the third. Okay.
Yeah.
You can't bet against them. So I bet with them, and it paid off for me.
Yeah. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, he's not saying this in a colloquial or in a tongue-in-cheek fashion. It actually did pay off for him, and I'm happy for him. But that was the main reason why. Well, one of the 3 main reasons why I thought the Chiefs was going to win it. I was like, okay, so think of the two biggest things that you want to have your team possess going into a Super Bowl. All right, so which team has the more experienced quarterback? Purdy is good. I like Purdy, and I definitely like the pieces around him, but Mahomes is better. So I like the Chiefs with the quarterback, and then with the head coaching. So you have Andy Reid on one side, you have Kyle Shanahan on the other. While Kyle Shanahan is probably one of the greatest offensive minds in today's game, and he obviously took a lot out of his father's playbook, Andy Reid is Andy Reid, and that dude is an absolute genius. And so I see they had the advantage in those 2 departments. And then, like you said, like I said earlier too, the Chiefs were underdogs in this game. I'm like, okay, well, they're in a familiar position now because they were underdogs in the divisional round against the Bills. They were underdogs in the AFC Championship game against the Ravens. And here they are in the Super Bowl, and they're underdogs. I'm like, okay, so the Chiefs got they got momentum, and they got motivation. I'm like, there's no way they're going to lose this game. There really isn't. And we saw it in the last drive. We saw it in the final drive in overtime. Of course, we'll touch that in a sec. Melvin, what is up? How you doing, man? It's been a minute.
I had to throw him a shout out in there too. I just threw a little typage in there. Melvin, welcome back. Because like Cole said, it has been a while. It's been since like mid-season or so since the last time I saw you hop up in here. So go
see you, man.
If you can get a hold of Ike, go get him in here. I don't know. Let's have some fun back and forth in this morning. But no.
But you know what I was hearing though about this game in particular, especially with casuals, and yes, I will say it like that. Casuals who only were just wanting to look at the game because Usher was performing the Super Bowl. They're like, this game is boring, and I'm thinking to myself, you don't know football. You don't know football at all. Scoreless first quarter. I was on the edge of my seat because I was watching one diversified and one sort of stripped down offense. Sort of get, I won't say manhandled, but sort of get stymied. I think that's the best word I can use. Stymied by the other's defense. And it was a great chess match to see Steve Wilkes go head-to-head against Andy Reid in the strategy department. And then on the other end, Steve Spagnuolo going head-to-head with Kyle Shanahan. It was good to see the chess match that we were seeing on the sidelines. And in the first quarter, the defenses were winning out. And it was great to watch. Just in that first quarter, it was great to watch it because it felt to me, I can't remember if it was you or somebody else, but I think someone said, it seems like both teams are trying to feel each other out like a 12-round boxing match.
I did not say that. I cannot take credit for that because that's a great analysis right there. But but no, that whoever said that was spot on with that.
Yeah. So it was of course scoreless going into the second quarter. Then Jake Moody decided to make Super Bowl history by kicking the longest field goal to that point ever made in 55 yards, making the score 3-0 49ers. Then Patrick Mahomes threw a gorgeous pass, 52 yards to McCole Hardman. Yes, I know. We actually saw a few throws to wide receivers for the Chiefs, and they actually were catching passes. I was absolutely flummoxed. I was surprised. I mean, I wanted to use this, but I can use it now. I wanted to say, Patrick, you're throwing to your wide receivers.
Now, that is absurd.
But I couldn't. So Harbin brought down a 52-yard reception, put them within, I think it was within the 49ers 10. But on the very next play, Isaiah Pacheco. I'm like, oh man. Which matched, of course, the Christian McCaffrey 1 quarter before, when they were in the red zone as well. So both starting running backs in the first half coughed it up. But McCaffrey made up for it, though. A well-timed, I will say, trick play where it was a handoff. It was sort of like a jet sweep handoff to Jawan Jennings. Went to one side, and then he threw it to the other into the waiting arms of Christian McCaffrey. 21 yards for the touch, which put the game 10-0 in favor of the 49ers. And there's a colleague of ours and a brother of ours who was extremely ecstatic when that happened. Extremely happy. He couldn't contain the excitement. But the Chiefs then, they tried to drive down to score 6, but they could not do it. They stalled within the red zone, and they settled for 3. And we go into halftime with the 49ers up 10-3. Now, when you were watching this game, what was your thoughts for the first 30 minutes?
For the first 30 minutes, the 49ers were, except for the Christian McCaffrey fumble, that first drive, watching that first drive,
beautiful.
Yes. And that could have set the tone. Had Christian McCaffrey not fumbled that ball. I think that would have set the tone in a little bit of a better fashion for this game, and they may have been up by more than 10 points at one point. Even when they were up by 10 points, I had a feeling. I was like, we saw this the last time they played the 49ers.
Yep.
And when I think about that, it's like they need to score another touchdown before I really start losing faith in the Chiefs. So looking at the production of that, I never counted the Chiefs out at all during this game. Even, going down to the end of regulation before they tied it up with the field goal, and then with what happened at the end of the game.
Right.
But the 49ers, with what we saw from them, I mean, they were definitely well prepared except for the overtime rules, but we'll get into that in a little bit. But, Christian McCaffrey lived up to every bit of the hype in this game, just made one bad mistake. Unfortunately, that mistake, along with the extra point, are probably going to be the most overanalyzed plays in this offseason for when it comes to the 49ers. I said it then, and I'm going to say it now. If you're a 49er fan, and especially one who boasted, in a part of the group that boasted a lot about your team this season, you are going to hear about this more than the Cowboys fans for the next 6 months, because this was supposed to be your year, yet you let a dynasty forge there in Kansas City. And based on what we saw post-game, it doesn't look like my possible predictions of Andy Reid and Travis Kelce hanging it up anytime soon. It looks like they're going to be here for at least another year. But the question is, which one of them will retire first, or will they retire together? Because after next season, I don't think that they have much more time together. I don't think they're, I'm going to go ahead and be a little bit ahead of the curve now and say, and I could change this, but I would say right now, I don't think they're going to repeat. I don't think they're going to three-peat this. But also, nobody thought they were going to go back-to-back last season when they won last Super Bowl. So looking at this in a nutshell, it's a good possibility that we could see one, if not both of these teams back in the Super Bowl next year. I just don't think it's going to be the Kansas City Chiefs. So I hope they enjoy this win while they've got it.
Yeah, I hope they do too. I'll say this to you about what I saw in the first half. Dead on, spot on when you said, so when the Chiefs were down 10, I didn't think they were out of it. I thought the same thing. I was like, yeah. And to your earlier point, the Chiefs were down 10 when they faced up against the 49ers in Super Bowl 54. They were down 10 last year, 24-14, I believe was the score. 20-10 was the score that they were down in Super Bowl 54 to the 49ers the first time around, or 4 years ago. And last year it was 24-14 to the Eagles. And they came from 10 points down to beat the Chiefs by to beat the 49ers 31-20. And then a last 10 seconds field goal by Butker gave them the 38-35 victory against the Eagles last year. So I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I don't see this happening. Plus, this is the first half. For some reason, this team normally responds well in the second half. Yes, I know that the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game didn't score a point against the Ravens. That's actually kudos to the Ravens defense because they're awesome. But what I loved more about what they did offensively there in Baltimore was you had Mahomes say, okay, well, I'm not going to play hero ball. I'm seeing the defense is holding firm. Let's take care of the ball, and let's just make enough plays to where we will not put our team in jeopardy. To have that mindset, to be that forward thinking, to be that master strategist in execution, loved it. And I think we saw a little bit of that here. Maybe not in the same way, but I think we saw some master strategists work with Mahomes. Because there was some throws that I think he wanted to try, but he was like, nah, I'm not going to throw it. And in seeing that, I was like, okay, he's seeing the whole game, and he's saying, I do not want to make things tough for my defense. Now we'll touch on the lone mistake that Mahomes made very soon. But going to halftime, my thought was the Chiefs got this. I actually said that. I said the Chiefs got this. I can't see them losing this game. Even down 10-3, I can't see them losing this game.
The only thing I was concerned about going into halftime is it literally took them nearly all of the first half to muster up those 3 points to get to where it was within a 7-point game. Yeah, there's 20 seconds left in the first half before they got those first 3 points. Right. Yeah, they were down by, the entire first half, and like we said, down by 10, but it was a different feel. I mean, when they were down 20-10 the last time they faced off, it felt like it was a little bit of a lost hope at that point because we hadn't seen the Kansas City Chiefs as a champion since like 50 years before that, when they won their first championship up until that point, and they had the miscues in the AFC title game. And, we saw what we saw with the Alex Smith era. It wasn't a bad era, but it wasn't like what we've got now in the Kansas City Chiefs.
No, wasn't even close.
Wasn't close. For the first half, I was with you. I was saying that they have this. They can come back. They can get this, but they've got to change their game plan because they're not going to be able to go an entire second half to wait to score and then tie the game up because there's no way you're going to hold the Chiefs, the 49ers to 0 points in second half. Okay, right. when they're lucky they only held them to 10 because that 49ers offense, and we talked about it last week. Yeah, we talked about it last weekend throughout the playoffs if this matchup happened. The 49ers offense versus the Kansas City Chiefs defense was going to be interesting. Yeah. And I said it all last week, and some people were reaching out to me saying, like, you need a drug test or whatever because the 49ers are going to mollywop the Chiefs defense. And I'm like, no, they're not. No. I was like, the Chiefs defense is the reason why they are here in the Super Bowl. And if you don't believe that, then you haven't been watching football all year long because, yes, You've got a great quarterback and a magician in Mahomes for the Chiefs. You've got one of the best, if not arguably the best tight end of this modern era when it comes to Travis Kelce in the sport of the NFL.
Right.
But when I think about that, that's literally all they had all year long. That was the synopsis on this offense. And Rashee Rice is a rookie, and of course, it looks like he's going to be a very special talent, but still has time, still needs time to spread his wings a little bit more.
Yeah.
But besides that, the offensive line is definitely better than what they had in last year's Super Bowl, but it wasn't much. It wasn't like they brought in a bunch of they didn't bring in a bunch of big names. So really, you're just rolling the dice with what you had from the past year with the rookie as a wide receiver, and that's about it for the most part. And the one thing too, and we'll talk about more when we analyze the second half in its entirety, but the utilization of all of their tight ends. Every single one of their tight ends. It was like they had It was like they had 5, 6, 7 tight ends that they threw in the game. It felt like because of the way they were spreading the ball to all of their tight ends. Patrick Mahomes is something special, and I can't wait to break that down even more throughout this show and in the future, because they wouldn't be this far and they wouldn't have gotten there without the defense. But
agreed.
In the special moments where it could go either way, he decided that game. He was the star of the game, even though I believe that the Chiefs' defensive line was the MVP.
And I'm glad that you were you're leading me perfectly to how I was going to do this. Yes. And Melvin, I see you, brother. We're going to mention that too, because we're going to talk about that.
I like how he's putting everything with the Z.
Yeah, I am noticing that.
It's time for you to bring the show back.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Look at all these Z's.
Really? All right. So in the first half, the biggest thing, and and you make this easy. I love it. Thank you. So we were seeing the 49ers offensive line, I guess you could say, dominate the Chiefs defensive line when they actually decided to run, but when they passed, it wasn't as dominant. But the Chiefs defense was not getting to Purdy that much in the first half. But whoa, did that change in the second half? Oh my gosh. I can't. I lost count how many times I saw Purdy drop back to pass, and as soon as he planted his foot to throw, there was some Chiefs defensive lineman near him. And it seemed as if that pocket collapsed faster and faster and faster as the game went on. So to your point, yes, that Chiefs defensive line, they came to play in the second half. And whatever adjustment Spags did to spark that it was a thing of beauty to watch. I was like, oh my gosh. And it wasn't they used finesse. The Chiefs defensive line actually was bringing the physicality to an offensive line that they are known to be physical, especially the most talented offensive lineman in Trent Williams. And I was seeing him being taken out of plays often in the second half. Jaw was dropped because I did not know. I knew the Chiefs defense was good, but I always thought that they were good because they were diversified. You know, you have Nick Bolton, you have Justin Reed in the secondary. You don't really have anything touted with the linebackers, but of course you do have, to me, the best player on the team. And I am saying this with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce on it, and Chris Jones. And the overtime play. I'm touching the play. I'm not going to touch on overtime yet. But the overtime play, 3rd and 4, Chiefs 9. Purdy dropped back the pass. It literally looked like Chris Jones timed the snap to where when Purdy went back, Chris Jones went forward. And that is a play where you cannot put it on a score sheet. You can't put it on a stat sheet. But you had plays like that he and his fellow defensive lineman made. That was the difference in the game. And I actually said, I think I said to somebody else, I said, they're going to give this to Mahomes, but that defensive line should be the MVPs of this game because they took it to the 49ers. They took it to them. Oh my gosh, they took it to them. All second half and overtime. Took it to them. But in taking it to them, so we get to the third quarter, and the Chiefs get the ball first. And Mahomes makes his only mistake in the game, and he throws a pick into the waiting arms of Jair Brown. And I saw then, I was like, okay, you were judicious in wanting to make the mistake with the throw. And I think that was the only moment I caught him pressing in the whole game. And I was like, oh. But to your point, the defense held. That could have been disastrous because this happened on the Chiefs side of the field. But the defense was like, nope, we're going to pick you up, Pat. We got you.
And it's remarkable when you think about the fact that Chris Jones held out there in training camp for a good period of time. And it's not that often that we see, especially from a Super Bowl defending champion, that you have someone of his stature on the defense, the leader of the defense, hold out and make it this far and redeem themselves again by repeating as champions. So that goes to show how special of a talent he is. He's now going into a free agency where he's going to get paid again because he got paid in 2020 with the $80 million contract. Okay. With the 4-year, $80 million contract. I think he's going to get paid a little bit more than that now. He's only a year older than Mahomes. So if he stays healthy, we could see him dominate for another 4, 5, 6 years easy. So this dynasty could build and build and build on itself within the next 3 years, definitely, depending on how the health status of everybody is. If they keep everyone together, you keep Chris Jones as the anchor of the defense. Of course, you got Mahomes locked up for quite a while. And if you bring back Kelsey for another 2 or 3 years with Big Red, you guys are definitely winning at least another 1 to 3 championships.
At least one.
Yeah, at least one more. I don't know if they're going to. I don't. And plus, with Andy Reid and his age, if he was 10 years younger at this point and had this success, they would reach 7 Super Bowls. I would believe it and beat the whole Belichick and Tom Brady record. But I just don't see the amount of time that they have because Chris Jones's position, that type of position does take its toll on you. There's not many people we can say that have played that position until their late 30s. So he's 29 now. He's going to be 30 this year. I know that we could definitely probably get another good half of a decade of production out of him in the next 5 years. But, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with this contract because he deserves the money. But the length of time is going to be what I'm concerned about. I don't know if they're going to give him another 4 or 5 year contract. He deserves it, but will he live up to that contract? He hasn't let anybody in Kansas City down yet. But to go with what you were saying about the first half, if the 49ers defense themselves, we're speaking on the Chiefs defense, but the first half of the 49ers defense was absolutely great. I mean,
they played lights out in the first half.
Chase Young, Nick Bosa, those boys over there were living up to their hype during the first half. It was a battle of the defenses, and that's why the score was so low in the first half and the end of the game because both defenses were playing pretty well. It was the Kansas City Chiefs offense that was struggling a lot in the first half, and they flipped-flop with the 49ers in the second half because it seemed like whatever itis the Chiefs had, the 49ers had in the second half. So while we're breaking down the first half analysis, I got to say, big on the Kansas City Chiefs defense we were talking about, but to shift the gears, we can't give the flowers to one side and not give it to the other because they did have their miscues in the second half, which we'll get to. But during the first half, the 49ers were on point, which is why it was a 10-3 game going into halftime.
I'm glad you did that. So Chase Young decided to play. He decided to come to play. I was shocked. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's run stopping and he's pass rushing effectively. I'm like, oh my gosh. I thought he left that game in D.C. Because I didn't see this coming with him to Santa Clara. but he came to play in this game. Yes, definitely. Look, and we talked about the Chiefs' defensive line. I mean, yeah, Young, Hargrave, Bosa, Armstead was tackling anything and everything that moved. Bosa, although he did not have the spectacular stat, he was holding form, and Hargrave got a sack too, and he was run stopping. I mean, you could not have asked for the front four of any team, Chiefs or 49ers, to do any better in the first half than what the 49ers were in the first half. Because that 49ers front four in the first half, they got after Mahomes. He did not have time to breathe. They flushed him out the pocket a lot all throughout the game, but definitely in the first half, they flushed him out the pocket a lot. Forced him out the pocket to his left. I can't remember how many times. And now I get to the heartbreaking part of the 49ers defense, where you have Fred Warner, who he's Mr. All-World. To me, I think right now he's the best middle linebacker going today. His partner in Drake Greenlaw was having a spectacular game. I just kept hearing his name or kept seeing his number, which was 57. Just kept seeing it. It was like, oh, wow, if he's not tackling, he's near a play. And then on a freak play where the Chiefs get the ball and the 49ers defense is running out to the field, Greenlaw goes down with a non-contact injury in the second quarter. And I just felt for him. I was like, oh, man. I was like, and I actually said this to a few friends of mine. I was like, man, that's gonna be tough because that's their best run stopper, for one. Two, that dude was balling out in this game. And with a non-contact injury, he went out. So, yes, the 49ers defense in the first half, you hold, even though the Chiefs offense is not as dynamic as it was, say, when Tyreek Hill was on the team, but you hold the Chiefs defense to 3 points and a half. Just ask the Ravens. Hold them to 0.5. That's saying something. The Chiefs being held to 3 by that 49ers defense, you got to give it up to 49ers defense for sure. Yeah, no question.
I mean, and on both sides of the ball, you know, in by luck, I wouldn't say by luck, but by the work of the 49ers defense, you held what people are saying is the best tight end in all of the NFL at this point, or at least in modern day, to one catch for 1 yard in the first half.
Yeah.
Okay. And I see your comment over there, Melvin. You know, we'll talk about Kittle for the entirety of the game. Yeah, he didn't show up for, you know, literally the whole game. But before the injury, we'll say. But when you look at the fact that all the hype around the Swifties, and I said it on an audio appearance the other day on Snowman's broadcast where I jumped in there for an audio only, but I mean it. If you have been a Taylor Swift fan who has become a Kansas City Chiefs fan within the past 8 to 9 months, then you are a Swiftie snowflake / dumpster pelican, because you are not a real fan and you don't deserve this championship if that is the case. But when it comes, yes, you are the number 1 dumpster pelican at the top of the list in today's show, because we're down to 2 teams. We can only have 1 dumpster pelican out of these 2 teams. You are the dumpster pelican, and you're not even of the losing team. You are part of the fans of the winning team, and you're the dumpster pelican because you've only been a fan for less than a year. Yes, you are the Swiftie Snowflake Dumpster Pelican Award recipient of 2024. So,
going on Swifties.
But yes, when it comes to that first half, I would say battle of the defense is hardcore in the first half, which is why we had that 10-3 game. Kelsey, again, like we were saying before, I went on a tangent for a second. 1 catch, 1 yard. And even through all that, you were saying it to yourself, to your circle, even to myself. You were going back and forth. I was saying it to you, and going around into my other friends as well, saying, look, this game ain't over yet. Those of you who are saying the 49ers got it are the same ones who were giving up on them in the Lions NFC Championship game at halftime. So, putting all that into perspective.
Shots fired.
Yes. Putting all that into perspective, There's too much wishy-washiness to where the two hosts of Total Football Talk didn't give up on the Chiefs, and neither should you, and they proved that before the end of the game. And for those of you saying the NFL is rigged, get the blank out of here, because
Please do.
You cannot write a script as well as what we had. I mean, we always, when we watch Super Bowl, we want to see a great game, right? We always want to see a great game.
Right.
But in this case, we were blown away by the type of game that we got from start to finish. And we still haven't gotten down to the second half breakdown. But what I can at least tell you is going into halftime, we knew the Chiefs were still in it, but we didn't expect the type of ending that we got either.
No.
Like the way that things played out. So for us to have what we had as a fan of whether it's the team or just the game of football in general, you had to be happy with what you saw. For those of you who boycotted watching the Super Bowl, you're dumb. Because you missed a great game.
Yeah. And yes, and for those who did and were vocalizing all of that, well, Dwayne,
you should know your role and shut your mouth.
And we're gonna get a lot of that on the WWE airwaves. So shameless plug, which they don't need it at all. Make sure you watch this Friday night on SmackDown, because I'm looking forward to seeing The Rock and Roman Reigns and what they have to say in response to Cody from last night. But that's a different show at a different time.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And speaking of different show and different time, Vicala, or V like a 3, or Victor Locke, he says, sorry I'm late. Good morning to the TFT tribe. I like that. As always, good morning to the VP of all VPs, Cole Johnson, and the big game hunter of Dunston Pelicans worldwide, Sensei Drew Willingham. Good morning to you all with Chicago, sir.
Got to give a shout out to Vicala. Definitely enjoyed our conversations the other night on the broadcast with Snowman. It was unexpected jumping for me, but hey, Snowman threw that link in the chat, and it had been a while since we threw some words out there. So between myself, Vicala, and Snowman, we had some good times. And I had to put a part of that on my story yesterday as the part where we were talking about the Swifty Snowflake Dumpster Pelican. Vicala actually came in there great with the Dumpster Pelican. It was right at the end. Like, I'm saying Swifty Snowflake, and he's like, don't forget about the Dumpster Pelican. And he didn't miss a beat. Yes, the number one Dumpster Pelican at the top of the list. Cole Johnson, the award recipient, we will call it the Swifty Snowflake Dumpster Pelican recipient of the 2024 year, goes to the fans of the Kansas City Chiefs for the past 8 to 9 months. All of you who are fans before that, you're fine, even if you became a fan a year ago. But the ones within the past 8 to 9 months with this whole Taylor Swift, Taylor Kelsey, Travis Swift stuff.
Travis Swift.
Yeah, Taylor Kelsey, Travis Swift stuff. Yeah. With all of that drama, when you became a fan of the team then, you are the Dumpster Pelican Award recipient of 2024.
Oh, Lord. Well, for those who are unaware, Victor, he is a fan of...
Delete!
I love this condensed version of that now.
I figured you would say that, and I figured you would like that. I do too. Oh my gosh. And Jets fan, Devils fan, let's see, Yankees fan extraordinaire, Ryan McCarthy. He says, good morning, fellas. Good morning to you. Of no credentials required fame. Hope everything is good with you. I look at I look at Swifty Chiefs fans as we had the bandwagon fans. We had them with the Patriots. We saw them with the Cowboys in the early 90s. We saw it with the Broncos in the late 90s. I mean, it happens. So they just happen to be attached to the biggest pop star in the game today. So, but all right. So in the third quarter, the scoring seemed to be a little slow. The 49ers offense seemed to sort of grind to a halt. They did have a good running attack in the first half, and that seemed to just go. And then, with about 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, Harrison Butker decided to make history of his own by kicking his second of 4 field goals, this one from 57 yards. And it brought the score to within 4, the 49ers 10, the Chiefs 6. And then we had a muffed punt. Yes. Well, it literally rolled off the leg of a 49er blocker. And then, poor guy, it just simply rolled off his hands, and he tried to grab it, and it bounced off. The Chiefs recovered deep in 49ers territory. Actually, it was in the 49ers 16. Where on the very next play, with under 2.5 minutes to go, you had Patrick Mahomes throw a 16-yard pass to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Yes, the guy who caught the pass to seal the deal to get the Chiefs to this game. And the Chiefs have their first lead of the game in 13-10. And that's how it went until the fourth quarter. But even with that being said, the 49ers defense, even then, even though, yes, they allowed the touchdown, I don't put that on them. I put that on the special teams. They still only held, with long drives, the Chiefs to 2 field goals. And like I said, the defense of 49ers came to play. They wanted this game. There was no question about that. That side of the ball wanted this game. The offense simply, they didn't really come to play as well, for the exception of maybe 1, possibly 2 players. But the 49ers defense, they just made life tough. And I do literally mean tough for the Chiefs offense to execute. They just made it tough. And even though, yes, the Chiefs did score a touchdown on the D, still it wasn't a long drive. And the 49ers made the Chiefs' life miserable trying to stop them offensively, or execute offensively. So we get to the fourth quarter. The 49ers have the ball first. They chew time off the clock, and they complete a 12-play, 75-yard drive with a 10-yard pass from Brock Purdy, the only touchdown pass he threw, to Juwan Jennings, which made the score 16-13. And yes, if you keep in score, Juwan Jennings threw a touchdown pass. He caught one as well. And then we go for the extra point, which made it 17-13. But the Chiefs, the Chiefs special teams once again said,
"Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no."
So it stayed 16-13. And that fumble in the red zone by Christian McCaffrey and this blocked extra point, those things may have come to bite the 49ers in the end. So the 49ers got back on defense and they bent, but once again they did not break. As the Chiefs executed, we started to see Travis Kelce get more involved, and you mentioned it. You mentioned it earlier. We started to see the Chiefs not just go to him, but actually more so to the other 2 tight ends. We were starting to see more of that in the fourth quarter in the passing game. And every now and then, yes, you saw a good run from Isaiah Pacheco, but the drive stalled in the red zone of the 49ers, and Butker had to kick a 24-yard field goal, which tied the game at 16. And then after that, we had a game of dueling field goals, as Jake Moody kicked a 53-yard field goal to put them up 19-16. Once again, with a special colleague and brother of ours being extremely excited, only to be deflated with 3 seconds to go in regulation by Harrison Butker 25-yard field goal. And I'm going to say this about this last regulation drive for the Chiefs. They executed everything to perfection to me. They got within position to where they could take a shot at the end zone, a comfortable shot at the end zone. but they assured themselves of a comfortable field goal beforehand, and they managed to clock beautifully because I think they only had like 2 timeouts. I think when they started that drive, they managed it well. Once again, Mahomes managed it well, and they took a shot. And credit Fred Warner. I mean, the dude blanketed, and I do mean blanketed, Travis Kelce. And they tried that same play as when they scored in the AFC Championship game, a back shoulder throw. But Warner was ready for it, was in prime position, and Kelce just could not maneuver. But they still got the field goal, 29 yards from Butker, which tied him for a record. That's his 4th field goal in the game. And I think it's a litany of kickers who's had 4 field goals in the Super Bowl. So now you can add Butker's name to the list. And then we go in overtime, 19 apiece. And the boring game was having high drama, as I thought it would between these two teams. All right, so before we get into overtime, what were your thoughts in terms of how the 49ers and the Chiefs executed until then?
I mean, like I had alluded to earlier, the shift of the tides definitely happened in the second half after the halftime show because, the 49ers defense was up top, the first half, along with the Chiefs defense, which just kept things balanced for the score. But in the second half, it wasn't like they completely took a huge dive, but the Chiefs defense outplayed them as far as back and forth for the second half. And the offense of the Chiefs was still struggling, at certain points. It took them until, much later into the second half before they really started making huge noise. I mean, in the third quarter, they did score 10 points, but it wasn't like they were running away with this comeback or anything. No. They had scored and they had gotten it to where it was a 13-10 game by the end of the third quarter. They were only up by a field goal. But then, like you said, Juwan Jennings got his second touchdown of the day because he had 1 passing and 1 catching to make it what it was. And this was the first time since Super Bowl 40, I believe, that there was a receiver that had a passing and a receiving touchdown in the same game. The last time it happened was Antoine Randall, the Steelers, before he went to the redacted name of the Washington football team. Okay, as I'll say the nicest way. So for the first time of seeing that in 18 years, if my math is correct, on short notice,
your math is correct.
That is a pretty cool feat because it's been almost 2 decades since we've seen that happen. So that that's not the first time or the second time ever that's ever happened, but I want to say that for a receiver that's done that, I think this game is the first time that someone who's had a passing and a receiving touchdown in the Super Bowl has lost. I want to say when it's happened with Randall, they won that game in 2005 because that was when the bus stopped in Detroit. Right. And there's one other game I can't put my tip of my finger on it exactly that it happened before, but I think they won that game too. So for this to happen, it just goes to show how special the Chiefs team is because throughout the entirety of this game, you had an interception and a fumble for the Chiefs, and you still came back and win in the fashion that you did. And this is before to even get to overtime. You came back to the fashion to at least tie the game up with less than a minute left in regulation. Okay. So the back shoulder fade that was the pass attempt to Kelce right there at the end. I had a feeling when that play started happening in the fourth quarter towards the end, when it was like 6 seconds left before they ultimately kicked that tying field goal to overtime, I thought he was going to catch that ball. When he first threw it, when Mahomes first threw it, it's like he aimed it down there like at the shoelaces near the pylon. Okay. Yeah. And you see it, had Kelce got a little bit more of a jump, most of the time he has that play. He has that catch. And they get the touchdown and they win the game. Just to overcome the struggles of that situation alone to get to where you got in the overtime thriller, you got to be proud if you're a Chiefs fan or someone at least within that organization, because that's not a play that you get pulled off to overcome it, because usually a play like that takes the wind out of your sails enough to where you get to overtime and usually the team with the momentum wins. Well, if you thought the 49ers had momentum, you were not watching the game in its entirety, because that's the reason why Andy Reid kicked that field goal to go to OT, because he could feel the momentum on their side by the end of that second half, as to where it was just not quite there in the first half, and it took the entirety of that second half. Even though they did score 10 points in the third quarter, I feel like it took all of the second half to muster up the momentum, just like it took all of the first half for them to muster up 3 points to get within the game by halftime. So, yes, the Chiefs put in their work, and they didn't give up. You could tell, and that's why you never give up on anything. You fight through and persevere to the end, and that was a great example of it in this game for the Chiefs.
Oh, man. Could not have said it better. And I think with that back shoulder fade, I think the way Mahomes threw it, it was along the lines of, okay, my man Travis is going to get it or nobody will. And that's why, and you're correct. If a team is that close to a touchdown, but they settle for a field goal, even in the present situation like that, it would normally take some of the win out of the sails of the team normally. I didn't feel that for some reason. I actually felt like, okay, the Chiefs feels okay, we're going to overtime. We're just not going to screw up. Now we can go for the win, but we're not going to go. We're not going to be stupid and go for the win. We're going to go for the win. It's going to be something that's risk averse. So you had that pass, which they've done to perfection often. It went incomplete, but they were fine with it because they're going to go to overtime, and they understood they were going to get one possession no matter what. Oh, but we'll talk about that at another time on the show. So we get in overtime. The 49ers win the coin toss. They elect to receive, and they put forth a pretty impressive drive. And this is where Christian McCaffrey, I believe, if the 49ers were to have scored a touchdown and held, he would have won MVP because of this drive. I mean, McCaffrey ran. I mean, talking about overtime, he ran strong and he ran route strong and was big in the passing game too, in that whole drive. And seemingly everything seemed to go their way on that drive because of him. And for I think the lone exception of a Kyle Juszczyk catch for a first down to get them in the red zone, the drive basically stalled because of the lack of Christian McCaffrey input on the offense. And Jake Moody had to settle for a 27-yard field goal, which made the score 22-19 halfway through the first overtime period. And so the Chiefs get the ball back. They drive down the length of the field after, of course, it was a touchback. And we saw some pretty good play execution from the Chiefs. And I don't know about you, partner, but I saw some questionable play calling from Steve Wilks. Now, the end result was a touchdown pass to Mecole Hardman from 3 yards. 3rd and 6, was it? At the Chiefs' own, I want to say it was like 40, I think. So you're seeing all of the defensive line and a couple of linebacking core and a safety stack the line. And normally when you see this, teams show blitz and then they may rush 4 or 5 and drop the others back, right? Wilkes decides to rush 7. So we get a cover 0 in this. And I'm saying to myself, really? You're going to rush 7? You're going to blitz Patrick Mahomes? You're going to blitz Patrick Mahomes. I mean, as soon as I saw 7, heading toward Mahomes, before he threw the pass to Rice and he got the first down, I said, oh yeah, this play is. As a football enthusiast, I was pissed. I'm like, you don't do this to Mahomes. Make it harder for him. That is easy. That was easy. So yeah, to me, that was a red carpet rolled first down for him to get. Credit to Mahomes to actually just easily do that. And then brought him further down the field. Pacheco had a catch. Kelsey had a key reception. And then, of course, McCole Hardman, who did not realize the Super Bowl, and the season was over with his catch. Won it for the Chiefs. Final score 25-22. And now we are talking about our newest NFL dynasty. Man. Your thoughts on the overtime period?
They did something that the Seahawks couldn't do, and getting to that dynasty. That was a shot at the Seahawks. So sorry to those of you out there who are fans of the Seahawks. Dustin Henry, most notably, comes to my mind right now. The Seahawks. That was not a shot at you. That was a shot at that call for that pass on the 1 yard line. Okay, but now back to this. Yes. When it comes to this game right here. Yes, Steve Wilks definitely made some questionable calls, but the one thing that we cannot say about this game that people have argued for several Super Bowls in a row now, but you can't now, is the play calling of the officials as far as how they went about the game. They actually did a great job. To start the game in the first half, I was a little wishy-washy with that. I probably wouldn't have said that at halftime, but by the time the game ended, they let them play, and I was happy to see it. It wasn't like you had certain salty fans of a certain team and James Bradbury from last year and what happened in the end zone. We didn't hear about that at all in this game. But what I can tell you is that we didn't have to worry about anything of the officiating as far as them interfering with this game. They let them play it out. So, and yes, Steve Wilks, there's a reason why things didn't work out for him in other places before this. Now, you can't take away from his credit for what got them to the Super Bowl this year. Okay,
or in the game itself, because he actually did call it a good game.
Yeah,
he did.
But it just goes to show that one mistake here, one mistake there, even if they're minuscule mistakes, can still cost you by the end of the game.
Yeah.
So overall, this game was pretty even, Cole. I mean, going into halftime, I mean, going into overtime, because you look at their time of possession, you look at the total yards. Yeah, Kansas City did have like 70 more total yards than the 49ers, and that all attributed mainly to the passing, but their rushing was pretty much neck and neck almost, and that's pretty tough when you're going against somebody like CMC because of what he brings to the table. And, you know, looking at this game to an entirety, especially at halftime, you know, the 49ers go down there, they charge, they get the field goal, yet, you know, had they realized what the overtime rules were, like we had alluded to earlier in the show, they may have probably gone for it and gone for the touchdown, knowing that, you know, both teams get a chance to score. So it's not like, which still before, thinking about that, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China? Because the regular season rules are you kick a field goal, the other team has a chance to, you know, match it or score the touchdown in the game. So regardless of that, if you're really going for the win, you'd go for the touchdown, because then it wouldn't matter if they scored or not the next play, because the regulation would still be going. Yeah. So to me, I feel like in that moment, you kind of go for broke, because if you score a field goal and you're going against Patrick Mahomes the second and Travis Kelce and that offense, are they the same offense that they were when they won the first Super Bowl? No, but they're still a dangerous team when you have that duo on the other side of the ball. So watching the overtime and seeing the perspective of this, and then hearing the excuse later that night and hearing it all of yesterday, I'm like, what does that really have to do with anything? You being unaware of the rules, you still play it the same way. The only difference is whether you score a touchdown or not, the other team gets a chance to match it, or at least get it and get the 2-point conversion, and then they take the game. So
Right.
I feel like that excuse by Kyle Juszczyk and whoever else threw it out there, I can't remember who else it was a lame excuse, because before the shoulder injury, I would say one of the biggest lackluster performers on that 49ers offense was George Kittle, because you have somebody who has the audacity, and I called him out for it the other day, and I said it when I was on the voice part of it. I said, you had the audacity to give this guy the nickname The Animal to, George the Animal Steele would be rolling in his grave right now if he heard that some dude who's lost 2 Super Bowls has his nickname. Okay? He hasn't won a Super Bowl. He's lost 2. Not 1, but 2. And you want to call him George the Animal Kittle? How dare you? And I told you that. So I don't feel bad whatsoever. You heard me tell you that. So if you're seeing this clip right now, you started this because you called him the animal. And what do you get? You not only got 1, but you got 2. Put that in your animal and smoke it.
Oh, and yes. What about Kittle being contained? You say, Melvin? Yep. 2 receptions, 4 yards. And that is accredited to the unheralded, and I really do mean unheralded, secondary for the Chiefs. I mean, they really did a bang-up job, actually. I mean, for the big time pass catcher to be McCaffrey. I mean, they held Ayuk under 50 yards. They held Samuel under 40 yards. I mean, they made sure that somebody on the wide receiver core or the tight end core was not going to beat them in the air. And it had the 49ers to resort to have to go to McCaffrey in the air. So yeah, kudos to the unheralded secondary of the Chiefs. They also did their thing too. Of course, I'll have to say the defensive line of the Chiefs, it just made life miserable for the 49ers offensive line and just collapsed that pocket in the second half and overtime. Woo, man, great game. I agree. This was what I wanted to see because I wanted to actually have a good game. I could care less who won or who lost, although emotionally, I sort of got jollies over a certain team winning or losing. In terms of rooting interest, I could have cared less which team won. And all I wanted was a good game. And I got an extra quarter of the Super Bowl. How could I be upset? How could I be upset? I got a Super Bowl that went 5 quarters.
Almost 6.
Yeah. And almost went into a 6th because that 3-yard touchdown pass to McCole Hardman came with 3 seconds to go in first overtime. So, yes, I am ecstatic. So, for the 7th longest ever NFL game in the history of the sport, history of the playoffs, I should say, I am happy. I am happy. I cannot complain about a single thing. Like you said, can't complain about the referees. Can't even complain about the broadcasting. I definitely can't complain about the defense or the offense of either team. Special teams of both sides stepped up, and the coaching staffs at intermittent points stepped up too. And yes, you could point to certain places anywhere and say, yeah, they were good here and they were bad here. It's like what you said. It was proof that these were 2 evenly matched teams.
It's going to be interesting to see if, with us getting as close as we were to double overtime, if they adopt what the college football overtime rules are.
Oh, no. I hope
and
they don't.
And then they have, say if we get to double overtime, they start designating the ball on a certain yard line, and then you have the attempts to go back and forth. That can make the game go even longer. I feel like
Mhm.
potentially.
I think it would. I would
especially
want that.
especially if you have two stellar offensive teams, you're just gonna be
Right.
racking up points at that point.
Mhm.
So for those of you who place bets on the game for certain yardage or scores, it might come in handy for them in that case. But it's going to be interesting to see where they go with that this offseason if they vote for that for 2026. Will it be for 2025 or 2026? Because usually when they vote on rule changes, it takes about a year or two to
The
go
year
in.
after.
Yeah. So I hope they don't change the playoff format for the
I
overtime
don't either.
rules
It's
now
good as is
because
to me.
yeah, I like how they adjusted it to where like if
Mhm.
the first team scores a touchdown, the other team has a chance because then we
Yeah.
still see a nail biter going back and forth.
Right.
So I kind of agree with that because before back in the day, before they made the change, if
Yeah.
you get a field goal, you have a
First
chance to
things
match
first.
it. I thought it was lame every time when you would just go down, you kick a little chip shot field goal, and the game was over. I mean, I
Mhm.
always felt like we were getting cheated in that moment, and the freaking Patriots were the best at it. Like the Patriots were. That's why Vinatieri, has 4 Super Bowls as a kicker because all 4 of those came down to his foot in the closing seconds, whether it was in regulation or overtime. Because we've only seen 2 overtime Super Bowls, but
Mhm.
he saved those because we would have had several more overtime games had it
Mhm.
not been for Vinatieri kicking those field goals in the
Right.
closing seconds of regulation in those first 3 Super Bowls for the Patriots.
Yeah.
So looking at this, I think that you couldn't really ask for anything better in this game except for certain production out of certain stars that were quiet, like Kittle, because you brought that
Yeah.
that comment up from Melvin, and
Mhm.
I'd said it myself. I mean, 2 catches for 4 yards, as loud as George Kittle has been.
Yeah.
He doesn't have his own
Very silent.
podcast. Yeah, he doesn't have his own podcast like Kelsey's do,
Mhm.
but he has been on Pat McAfee's show a lot, and especially over the past couple of weeks. It had been pretty loud about what the 49ers had the capabilities of doing and what he could do. And in this game, he was very quiet, even up until that shoulder injury. And nobody wants to see that happen, but it's not like you had done much before the injury anyway.
Yeah. And that took place in overtime. So, yeah.
Yeah. So it was tough. It was tough to see that. But again, big on the Chiefs for the chemistry that they have built up, and especially with what the chemistry that they have over this past half decade of their greatness, but to insert a rookie into the receiver position and rely on him as much as they did throughout this season and in the big spots throughout these playoffs too.
Yeah.
Big on Rashee Rice for stepping
Yes.
up this season, living up
Yes.
to his hype coming into the draft last year, and for them to get what they got this year paid big dividends for the Chiefs. And I feel like even though they've said it, I will say it, watching this was the most special out of all 4 Chiefs Super Bowl wins, even back to their first one in the 60s. But the past 3 they've got with Mahomes, this one was the most special because they had to literally exhaust every bit of their talents on each side of the ball and special teams.
Yeah.
So all 3 phases of football were definitely utilized this season to a T, and that is why they are Super Bowl champions.
Yes. Well said, sir. And I'm 100% in lockstep with you. This was a total team effort, and yes, Holmes is the MVP of the game, but I mean, you could say it was the special teams with Butker's 4 field goals and the blocked extra point and the muff and the muff that they forced. You could say it was the defensive line of the Chiefs because the second half they just shut everything to almost a screeching halt for the 49ers in terms of fluidity and continuity, unlike the first half. But yeah, and Rice, although he wasn't huge in this game in terms of stats, 6 catches, 39 yards, he had a key first down off of a third down in overtime. And you don't do this to rookies. You don't put rookies in that position. That shows how much confidence both Mahomes and Andy Reid have in this budding star. And yes, in the wildcard round, he gave you 8 receptions, 130 yards, and a touchdown. So we got a chance to see in the playoffs even, he has some skills. He's got some talent. Now all he has to do is just mature a little more. And I'm not talking about he's immature, but just grow into his game and grow into his manhood to where he gets more confident that he can do this against more teams and more secondaries. He's going to be a good piece for them to have. He actually ended up being a key piece in this one because, like you said, the Chiefs had to exhaust every single talent that they possibly could muster and expend. And it took a fifth period for them to actually execute their third championship win in the past 5 years. And now they're back-to-back too. So, but to the victor go the spoils. I mean, they're back-to-back. Now they're going to go for the three-peat, which has never happened in the NFL. It's happened in NBA. It's even happened in Major League Baseball. And it's even happened in the NHL, but it has not happened in NFL. That's going to be tough for them. As for the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan is about to become Bud Grant, Dan Reeves, Marv Levy. He's almost entering into those categories of head coaches who do well enough to get their teams to the dance, but they cannot win in the dance.
And Dan Reeves.
Yes, Dan Reeves.
Yeah. Hey, you got to think about him too for what he did in those 3 Super Bowl losses with Denver, and then he had the other one in Atlanta.
Falcons. Mm-hmm.
So he was great as a player, but he got one as a player and an assistant coach with the Cowboys as well. But when it came to being a head coach, no, same tales of woes as the other mentioned head coaches as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I mean, the 49ers do have talent, so he probably can break through. And look, all he has to do is look across the sideline. I mean, Andy Reid, yes, he already had a Super Bowl as an assistant, and he tasted defeat as an assistant head coach too. And of course, he tasted defeat many times in NFC Championship game and when he got to the Super Bowl the first time. So Shanahan's young. He still has time, and a lot of head coaches have fallen off of his tree. So his style will probably end up breaking through and winning eventually. But for now, he's looked upon as a guy who just simply can't win the big one. 10-point lead in this game, 10-point lead 4 years ago, and then 28-3 as an offense coordinator for the Falcons. Oh, man. But congratulations, 49ers. Great season.
And then that head coach had to come over to Washington, which we'll talk more about that during the off-season talk in the upcoming episodes. But yes, that is definitely bad juju for my team, maybe. And the juju is continuing on for the 49ers nation.
Yes, it is. And for those who might not understand how what my party is saying, yes, the new head coach of the Commanders, Dan Quinn, he thought the hire, just like the 49ers are thinking of what happened in this game this past Sunday, was
when I was preaching to that team to
Stop it. Get some help.
I figured they would do a better job than what they did.
Oh, Lord. Congratulations to the Chiefs. Now you're a dynasty. You're the latest one, and now everybody's going to be taking more shots at you. If it wasn't for just Swifties, now people are going to be like, yes, we're sick of seeing them in the Super Bowl. I don't give a crap. But we're going to be hearing this because Fickle Fan always does this. But we have our new dynasty.
I mean, if we get games like we just got in Super Bowl 58, I don't care who's in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I honestly don't care who's in the Super Bowl if we get games like that to where we have an hour and a half of our first show that we haven't even gotten into the MVP, the players, the snowflake. We haven't got any of that. If we can have a game where we can sit and talk for an hour and a half like we just did, I'll take that every single year. I don't care if the Chiefs are in it for the next 5 years and get 7-8 Super Bowls, because I think the reason why the Patriots got so much shade is because of their demeanor. And their demeanor was orchestrated by Bill Belichick. And, kind of, snubbing the media here, and had too much control over his players to where, they were like robots when they were up there in their press conferences. You can feel the energy and the life in the Kansas City Chiefs pre-game, post-game, during the game. Like, they have an identity, and they are authentic and genuine, okay, when it comes to that. And maybe the Swifties did throw a little bit of fuel towards the shade for this season, but for the real connoisseur fans of the game of football, whether it's your team that makes it to the dance or not, if you were just an overall fan like yourself and I am of the game of football, you're going to enjoy watching what we just watched 100% of the time, each and every time.
Yeah. And that's really all that matters. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that Super Bowl 58 was not boring like what casuals said it was. It was exactly what I wanted. Actually, down to the score is exactly what I wanted, because all sides got a chance to shine, and that's really what I like. And to all of you, 49ers or Chiefs, thank you for giving us a wonderful game. We will appreciate your efforts all throughout this offseason, because this was a great way to end the 2023 NFL season. And we'll be back and talk a little bit more about the Super Bowl right after this.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Break!
We're just getting started. Total Football Talk will return right after this.
Everything Boston. I love you morons. New Kids on the Block, New Edition.
Dear whatever the law firm is. Sincerely, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Go yourself again, Jason Whitlock.
Ready to hang with some fellas who know football? Let's ride. LC Muscles 28.
I think they're the most overrated defense in the league.
Steel Sermon.
We did not trail for a single second.
Tiny Tim.
McCarthy is a bonehead.
A Pizzle 90.
I'm going with my boys. Fins up, baby!
Get ready for the Four Horsemen of Pick'ems. Every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central on YouTube. Poppy J.
You got the option to cry for the government. You got the option to protest. You got the option to keep buying. But this is also an option.
Wise El Jefe.
We're the first tech geeks. We're the first gamers. We're the first everything. Everything. Like Gen X's, we are the ones.
BS3 Network proudly presents the crew from the New York boroughs who never wants that smoke. Nah, they want that fire. Poppy J and Wise El Jefe. Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Check your local listings for your viewing and listening pleasure.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson, glad to be with you as we had just broken down Super Bowl 58. We'll talk a little bit more about the Super Bowl as well. Ryan McCarthy, he wants you all to know, just because the NFL is done does not mean football ends. No, The IFL kicks off March 16th. The UFL kicks off March 30th. Arena Football 3.0 kicks off April 27th. And then you have the CFL that kicks off in June. Oh, by the way, the European League of Football kicks off May 26th. Oh, and he says, don't worry about Dustin. He's still salty about that call almost 10 years later.
And don't worry, 2 out of those 74 leagues that Ryan just mentioned, we will be covering here on this show. Indoor Football League, you know, all that stuff, and the other like 60-some leagues he just mentioned. We won't worry about that, but hey, for your UFL, CFL, and off-season news, make sure you stay tuned to Total Football Talk. Is you plug that, I'll plug this.
Yes. And speaking of plugging, the Gridiron Scoop, please. So with the overtime drive that the Chiefs executed to a three-point victory off of a 3-yard touchdown throw off of the corn dog play going to Mecole Hardman, Mahomes wins their 3rd title for the Chiefs in 5 years, beating the 49ers 25-22. This is the 3rd time in his career he's won that award. Now he is tied with Joe Montana for the 2nd most MVPs ever. Of course, you know who has more with 5, and that would be Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. He does, Mahomes, becomes the 3rd player to ever win the award in consecutive seasons as well. Just an awesome effort. Mahomes talked about his team and not just him. He talked about the team not faltering, and he feels as though the team, not necessarily his stats or stature, is legendary. So my question to you is, was he deserving of being the Super Bowl MVP? And if not, who was?
If you would have asked me this question at halftime of the game, regardless of if the Chiefs win, do you think Mahomes will get the MVP? I would have told you no, because of how he played in the first half. Right. But he threw for over 200 yards in the second half, which no other quarterback's ever done that in the Super Bowl, ever. 200 yards in a Super Bowl second half. I think it's been done in the first half, but then the quarterback has been iced in the second half. But to do it in the second half, the hardest half of a Super Bowl game, to have over 300 passing yards by the end of the game as a result, 2 touchdowns, and you also had 66 yards on the ground on 9 attempts, averaging over 7 yards per run, which is not something that Patrick Mahomes is known to do. He waits for those moments in the playoffs, and especially in the Super Bowl, to start utilizing his legs, because even he said it post-game, if I did that every single play, I wouldn't be able to do what I do on a regular basis, because that's why we saw Cam Newton, now banged up and out of the league as young as he was, early 30s, and was out of the NFL because they overran him too much. And the Panthers almost made that mistake the second time with their running back, who is on the 49ers now, and that being Christian McCaffrey, who luckily still is as great as he is, considering how much they ran him in Carolina. So when I think about your question right here, again, if this was first half and you were asking me, at halftime, regardless if the Chiefs do come back and win this game like we feel like they're in it, does Mahomes get the MVP? I would have told you no. I would have said they would have had to find another way to do it, or it would be the first time in like over 20 years that we had a defensive MVP for the Super Bowl MVP, because primarily, just like the regular season MVP, it seems like the quarterback wins this award almost every single time when it comes to Super Bowl MVP. But in this case, based on the adversities that he had to overcome before this game of the season, even though it has nothing to do with this game, but thinking about that, thinking about their playoff run and the type of quarterback he's had to become to balance out what the offense is not anymore, they would not have scored on that final drive if there was any other quarterback out of all 31 teams at that position for the Chiefs, or past, legends. There's even Tom Brady. He wouldn't have been able to pull off what Mahomes did on this final drive. You can't take really one drive and award somebody for that. But going into that final drive, he had 1 touchdown and an interception. Hadn't thrown the interception since the first half. Okay. Right. So he learned from his mistakes, as he does, and just takes the hit on the chin and keeps moving. And because of that, because he persevered and stayed within his skill sets and finished the game with over 300 yards and 66 rushing yards, nearly 400 combined yards total between running and passing. How can you not give it to Patrick Mahomes? He earned this MVP more than the other two, and he deserved the other two Super Bowl MVPs, but this one he deserves hands down. I'm sorry. Like, there's other contributors to the game, but this in itself, the Chiefs defensive line was probably the MVP, like, star of the game because of the pressure, how they kept the game in it. But unfortunately, when it comes to the MVP, you can't give it to 4 or 5 other, members of a defense or offensive line, whatever the case may be. You have to give it to somebody. And Chris Jones's numbers weren't stellar enough to say he deserves it, even though regardless of the numbers, you could feel his impact on almost every single play when it came to the defense.
Yes.
If I could give it to the defensive line, I would give it to them for the Chiefs. But because I have to pick one person and his numbers weren't bad as a result of what he did in the second half, I have to give it to Patrick Mahomes. He deserves it.
Yeah. And yeah, the alternative is what you told. It was what you said that I would think too. I'm like, that's my same alternative. If I were to give it to anybody, any other entity, it probably would be the Chiefs defensive line. But yeah, of the three, and yes, I agree with you too. Mahomes deserved the other two as well. He deserved and I would say even earned this one because he just in the definition of how you'd want your quarterbacks to be, he won the game for the Chiefs. And that's all you have to say about that. He won the game for them, and that's impressive. Victor says the game was incredible, and this is coming from someone without a horse in the race, but it was old school football, and I loved it. Yeah, yes. It was, and I loved it too. And I want more Super Bowls to be like this. I have no qualms saying that. This is the old offensive lineman speaking in me. I love it.
As much as I wanted to see the Lions get to the Super Bowl, unfortunately, I don't think they would have had this type of game with the Chiefs because their defense would have had their way with the Lions, like the offense, because they need a few more pieces on that team, and they need to work on some of their structure within their play calling and the decision making on fourth downs with the Lions. Even though it got them as far as it did, they need to make some adjustments, but they would not have had the type of game that the 49ers had with the Chiefs, and we would not have enjoyed it as much as we did. So definitely big on Mahomes for showing up and doing what he did in the second half. I mean, he was there in the first half, but to persevere and overcome the mistakes from the first half that had you trailing going into halftime, and then tie the game up going into the end of regulation, and then that final drive, 13 plays, and getting that touchdown at the end to somebody who was there the first two Super Bowls, and Mecole Hardman, but left and signed with the Jets, was traded during the season. Had the whole situation with Aaron Rodgers not gone down, that may not have taken place. Mecole Hardman may still be with the Jets and not have a third ring. So to be on the roller coaster of Mecole Hardman was something special, and to catch the game-winning touchdown for Mahomes, to be able to spread the ball out like he did, he deserves, and like you said, best earned that MVP.
I agree. And you timed that one so beautifully. Ryan McCarthy, he says Dunkin' Donuts, talking about Wise, of course, hating everything Boston.
To throw that in with the commercial, you might have to get that sound clip from him.
I might have to. He also says Doug Williams had the most passing yards in the quarter. That Super Bowl, which was 22, that was in the second quarter.
That was.
Yeah.
Because you beat me too. I was about to say that was in the first half.
Yeah. And I love that January 31st, 1988. Never will forget that day. One of the best performances I've seen out of a quarterback in the history of the game. No question.
I was still in Huggies.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You were still in the Huggies.
I just turned a year old earlier that month, so I was alive for their second and third Super Bowl. But unless I watched NFL films, I do not recollect actually watching it back in that time frame. I was in a playpen, probably causing some chaos.
Oh, Pretty much like now, just a bigger paypen. Sorry. My bad. But Ryan, you could feel at ease. You had a jet win a Super Bowl this year. Oh, wasn't a jet. I'm sorry.
He's not a real jet. He was there for like a few months. He was there. He was there for a cup of coffee. He was there for a cup of coffee.
Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Well, at Horse, Travis Kelce tried to sing that song, but that's what he did, standing at the podium with the Vince Lombardi trophy in his hand, screaming as loud as he can, of course, ending it by saying the BC Boys song, "You've Got to Fight for Your Right to Party." He was happy. Of course, he only had one catch of 1 yard, but he had 8 more catches for 92 in the second half and overtime, and he figured a huge part in the outcome of the game. But people really weren't talking about his performance on the field. They were talking about his performance on the sideline, and in particular, a passionate bump with him and head coach of the Chiefs, Andy Reid. Now, when he was asked about that, his comment was, quote, "I didn't care about my catches. I just wanted the score to be different." Close quote. Now, for those who didn't follow the game, the drama came when Kelce bumped into Reid on the sideline. It was early in the second quarter, right when Isaiah Pacheco, actually the play that Isaiah Pacheco fumbled inside the 49ers 10. Teammates pulled him away, and in a couple plays earlier, he appeared frustrated, though, that Mahomes didn't throw him the ball when he was wide open. And this was the play that went to Mecole Hardman for 52 yards. But by night's end, Reid and Kelce were all hugs as the confetti, all red and yellow, fell harmlessly to the Allegiant Stadium turf. My question to you is, did you have a problem with Travis Kelce's frustrations leaking out as passion to Andy Reid?
No, I think that the overall narrative around that would have been worse had they lost.
Yeah.
There would be some people out there saying that would cost them the game was they didn't have cool heads because cool heads prevail. But looking at this situation right here, I mean, Travis Kelce's fired up energy is a big part of, this moxie that this team has had for the past half decade. Patrick Mahomes has been the star, the gem that has helped lead them to 6 consecutive AFC title game appearances, and now 4 of the last 5 Super Bowl appearances, winning 3 of them. Okay, you can't take that away from them. But Kelce was there when Big Red was just getting started. Like after, I think going into his second season as the head coach. He was there maybe going into the second or the first or second season is when he's been there to help establish this culture in Kansas City.
Right.
So this fired up energy, even Andy Reid said it himself. I mean, Travis Kelce, along with some others, are part of the crew that keeps making him feel younger, which is why at 65, going into being 66 before the next start of this upcoming season, he has no plans of retiring, which, 20 years ago, if you were 65, this is like the beginning of the end. Like this, you're pretty much out to pasture almost. They're trying to push you out the door for the most part if you're in your mid 60s. And we could potentially see him for another few more years, depending on how things shape up the next year or two. So thinking about that, it's not like he overall assaulted him, like elbowed him in the face. I mean, he did, it was enough to make him take a step or two back. But Andy Reid's a tough dude. And, this is, you want to see the players get animated because it shows you how much that game and on the biggest stage, it means to them. You know, they put in all this work all year long. Kelsey's feeling the weight of the Swifty hate. He's got he's got a #1 podcast in the world. He's got a lot of pressure on him that he's handling very well. I mean, I got to give the man his props for the amount of pressure that he has, and to be lighthearted and have as much fun with everything as he does, and just goes with the flow on things. You know, it was kind of it was only a matter of time before we saw him get fired up like that. We saw him throw the helmet down during the season and get animated, and that was the Christmas Day game, I believe.
Christmas Day game, yeah.
And that was what part of what led to the spark of why they got to the Super Bowl to begin with. So when things start to unravel a little bit, like they did in that Christmas Day game, and you don't have other games or other weeks to come back from it, this is it. Like, you've got to have a spark. You got it now. I don't think it was disrespectful. I think it was just the heat of the moment. They needed to get their feathers ruffled and wake up, because the game goes by fast. If you don't fix it in the next drive or two, it's over. It's it. And they learned that from when they faced Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II
Jr.
back during the pandemic Super Bowl. Okay. So looking at that, it's amazing whether it's an individual person or it's a team that learns from their mistakes of the past. And that game right there, when they played the Buccaneers, is a great example of when they got their blanks handed to them and they learned from that situation, they overcame it, and they have now got back-to-back Super Bowls after that. So, you know, got to attribute everything to this team for overcoming what they did, but there's not many teams as a whole. You got something special when you can have the type of situation between Andy Reid and Travis Kelce that you did and still win the game. Most of the time when that happens, somebody gets butthurt on one side or the other and they lose the game. Okay. So it just goes to show how special of a core they got, that they can have that happen, overcome that, and win the game in the fashion that they did.
Yeah. Kelsey definitely is one of the pillars of that team right now. And Andy Reid, I will dare say, yes, he doesn't suit up and play. He also is a pillar, because that team is steadied because of him. That's obvious. I mean, they are steadied as a rock because of him. And I think they are fired up because of the personalities of a Patrick Mahomes and a Travis Kelce. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, Kelsey's in it. You could see that even though they've done this dance 3 times before in the last 4 years, they're not taking this for granted. No, they want this. I loved seeing it. I'm like, yes. So you're not just rolling your helmet on the field. You want it. Yeah. And then my thought was, okay, well, if you do want it that bad, show me, big fella. And in the second half of overtime, he balled out. And that's all I could ask for. I'm like, yeah, if you're gonna have that energy, lead by example. And he did. So I tip my cap to Travis. And I'm glad that Andy had the wherewithal to not take offense to it, but be more like, well, yeah, it's a lot of pressure on these guys. And I mean, and you know, they pump each other up. And it just shows you need both. You need the even keel. And you need the fiery personality. You need to have a balance of that, to where you don't go too emotionally out of spiral out of control. Hence, like the game you just mentioned, that what happened with Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu, where the competitive fires spiraled out of control. And you need the calmness, but if you're too calm, which also in that same game it showed, you probably won't be able to execute the way you should. So to me, I think that was a good case study of you need both of those personalities to exist, to steady the other, to make it even, to give it perspective. Okay, so I do need to be a little bit more fired up if I'm even, and I may need to calm it down a little if I'm too fiery. So I loved it. I think it was a great example of what you can do when you have two personalities like that work together.
It's amazing seeing the Chiefs doing what they're doing with this defense without the Honey Badger. You would think that this would be possible with him. And now that he's with the Saints, and look what they've done without him, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Because I would not have thought this defense would be, dare say, better. I wouldn't think they would be better without him, but they are. And that's actually not a knock on him. It's basically it's accreditation to the people that's on the team. Yeah, with his absence and with Frank Clark's absence. And look at him now.
Back-to-back Super Bowls without him. That's pretty remarkable considering,
Right.
The defense wasn't what it was today.
No.
Back when they won the first one, but
Right.
he was a huge part of what that defense was capable of doing when they won that
Yes.
first one together.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. But yeah, credit to them all. Now, have the winners, unfortunately, have the losers too. Kyle Shanahan, a 10-point Super Bowl lead. Ugh. That actually might have to be a bet now, because given the history that it's not called playing without money, because it happened again. Oh my. Yes, history repeated itself because the Chiefs rallied from a 10-point deficit in this game Sunday, and I mentioned this in the opening drive. They did so as well in the fourth quarter of 4 years ago when the two teams played. And it became the first time that you had the Chiefs become the Chiefs in doing this become repeat champions since the dreaded Patriots or Cheatriots, shout out to you, did it 19 years prior. Unfortunately for Shanahan, though, it's another layer added to the narrative that he just simply can't be trusted with a lead in Super Bowl, because dare say when he was not a head coach, but he was an offensive coordinator of a Dan Quinn-led team, cover your ears, Drew. He was part of a unit that blew a 28-3 lead against the Patriots before falling in the first ever overtime game in Super Bowl history. And the Chiefs scored 22 points to the final 20 minutes of regulation and overtime for them to do it on Sunday. And now he is 0-2 as the head coach in the Super Bowl. And you, of course, attached the Super Bowl loss that he was an offensive coordinator as a Falcon member. The question I have to ask to you is this. Now, we mentioned Bud Grant. He lost 4 Super Bowls. We mentioned Dan Reeves. He also lost 4. And Marv Levy, he, of course, lost 4 consecutive Super Bowls. Is Kyle Shanahan headed toward the Bud Grant, Dan Reeves, and Marv Levy territory?
It looks like it. However, I can't throw so much shade on him because it looks like he's learning from his past mistakes for the most part, because, I mean, he's not getting blown out like in the Atlanta game where you're up 25 points and you're pretty much getting blown out to the point to where the other team's coming back when you're the offensive coordinator of the Falcons at that point. Then we see the first time that these two teams match up, 5 years ago, well, 4 years ago, but 5 seasons, you know what I'm saying. But this time around, between that time and the last time, the defenses were holding the teams and doing their jobs and keeping this game close. I mean, we didn't see an overtime thriller the last time that he was the head coach in this game. So for him to do what he's doing as a head coach, it's pretty special what he's doing during the regular season, but he hasn't gotten over the hump yet. I think that if Kyle Shanahan goes to another Super Bowl and loses, then I will say yes. But it's a little too early to throw that on him now, because, again, when that happened with Atlanta, he wasn't the head coach. You can give him the credit for the offensive side of the ball, but not for the defense. For this part, you give him the credit for both sides and special team, all 3 phases, really, because he's in charge of everything. And all of the blame goes on the manager in baseball, the head coach in football, the head coach in basketball, whatever. Okay. It all falls on the main coach over the star player. Okay.
Right.
So in this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly. But had this been his 3rd Super Bowl as a head coach, I'd say yeah, because at that point he would definitely be in Dan Reeves status. Marv Levy, you got to go to 4 and 4 consecutive. I think Marv Levy's in a special group of his own.
Unfortunately, yes, he is.
Because going to 4 Super Bowls is special, but losing 4 Super Bowls in a row is like a different level of special. That's the nicest way I can put it. But you can't say that about Kyle Shanahan, because even though he has put together some great teams, they've had issues at the key positions in between that last Super Bowl appearance and this. I mean, Jimmy G wasn't staying healthy. Then they draft Trey Lance. And most of the time, when you give up the capital that you did for a quarterback like Trey Lance and it doesn't pan out the way it does, it usually sets you back a couple years. I don't think I've ever seen a team give up the draft capital that they did for a quarterback like that, and then 2 years later be in a Super Bowl without that quarterback even on the roster.
Right.
Okay. So you have to give the credit to Kyle Shanahan there for coaching this team up to get to this point. And Dan Reeves and Marv Levy, they wouldn't have been able to pull that off. I'm sorry. They proved it in the past because their coaching careers are over. Okay. And Bud Grant, all of them, they wouldn't have been able to do that, to go through that quarterback adversity. And you are a offensive-minded head coach. You are a guru. And for you to do what you did, 3 quarterbacks later, because you got to count Sam Darnold in there, and Nick Sudfeld, I think he started a game too, somewhere in there too. So you've pretty much 3 quarterbacks later to now have Brock Purdy after Jimmy G. Okay. And for you to get to the Super Bowl after all the stuff that's happened in between those years from the last Super Bowl appearance to this, yeah, you can throw your shade on Kyle Shanahan all you want to. For you out there saying Bud Grant and Dan Reeves and Marv Levy comparisons, but I think it's a little too early to throw the book at him. He's only been coaching. He hasn't even been coaching 10 years yet. All of this stuff happened with these coaches after they've been in the league for about a decade.
Many years.
So he's still very young and has a lot more left to prove, and he has a very young team overall. Get rid of Chase Young, apparently. But other than that, when it comes to your offensive side, you're doing great. The defense, first half was phenomenal. In second half, they didn't play like trash or anything, but they had some miscues that an ordinary team would have. But they were not playing an ordinary team, nor an ordinary defense in the Kansas City Chiefs. So you want to go up against the best that you possibly can. That's what happened on this Sunday. And I can't really fully blame Kyle Shanahan or compare him to these other, legendary coaches of the past, but one who can never get it done, because he still has plenty of time left to prove his mark and actually get it done. And he will at some point. And then we'll have to listen to those annoying 49er fans. But at that point, they'll earn it because they've been through what they needed to get through in order to get to that point.
Yeah. And I think he's young enough to where he can break through. I don't think so either. But of course I asked that question to basically head this off of the curve, because people are going to be like, and people will lump him with the Dan Quinn led Falcons team that blew that 28-3 lead and say, well, that was Kyle Shanahan's fault. Well, no, because they actually scored 28 points. That actually is yeoman's work. Now, you could probably argue, like we talked about in the opening drive, there may be certain plays that you probably would say, you could probably take that back. But, yeah, you can't do that. So, really, Shanahan is 0-2 in the Super Bowl. But he has time, and the team looks like he's good. So, I don't have an issue with it. Ryan says, a cup of coffee. Wow, Drew.
You gotta admit that was I used my unique skills to throw that out there. I went with the flow. You gotta give me my credit where it's due there, Mr. McCoffey.
And here, and for one of our brothers to another one of our brothers, why is it LFA? Yes, look at my mind. Why is it the AM in the future? Of course, my mentality brother. He says, "Good morning, gentlemen." He also says, I just didn't want to hear my brother or a certain someone talk about the 49ers will be a future dynasty. They're on the cusp. I have a feeling all they have to do is just make this one move and they will break through. My 49ers will win.
Well, Cole, you said they will win, but
That was a lie.
and
Good one.
again, you got to have 3 Super Bowls in order to get to a dynasty, and they haven't had one in 30 years, so they're on the cusp of a dynasty.
That was a lie.
Come on, bro. Maybe when Andy Reid retires and the Chiefs are a different team, maybe by 2030 you can win your first Super Bowl in 35 years at that point, and then start building a dynasty. But you won't have 3 Super Bowls by 2030. Get out of here.
Oh my gosh. Taking shots. I love it. Well, the thrilling Sunday game. We'll talk about the mark it made on TV a little later. It seemed to really spark a lot of great interest because of the new postseason overtime rules. Turns out that there were some members of the 49ers that did not know about said new NFL postseason overtime rules that's been in effect for a couple of years, but I digress. Now, there were some fans who probably did not know, but of course they were not in the know. They weren't like us. We knew when it was. We knew what game constituted the change. But after that loss that they took, multiple 49ers players acknowledged to reporters they hadn't brushed up on the postseason overtime rules, which were most recently tweaked a couple of years back. Started with, as you mentioned earlier, fullback Kyle Juszczyk. He said the 49ers hadn't talked about it as a team prior to Sunday night, saying, quote, "You know what? I didn't even realize the playoff rules were different in overtime. So I assumed you just want the ball because you score a touchdown and win. But I guess it's not the case. So I don't totally know the strategy there." Close quote. The strategy is to score and hold the team to not score. That's the strategy in overtime, Kyle. Come on, man. I'm sorry. Oosa. What does the 49ers players not knowing playoff overtime rules say about their overall preparation?
Well, I want to say that it kind of inadvertently throws shade on their coaching staff, because if this is 100% true, which I still think
That was a lie.
because unless you have been under a rock and not watching any TV at all, like this has been the topic of many different programs. I will say that we didn't cover it because there was so much exposure to it throughout the other networks and other podcasts. We were focused on other things. But now that it's happened, we can touch on it and say that, yes, this has been well discussed since before the season even started, that this is going to be an effect. This is going to be a factor if we get to overtime in this Super Bowl or future Super Bowls, because this is a big change. Like if you score a touchdown, the first person that gets the ball doesn't matter because the other team gets a chance to even it up and go ahead, even if they get the 2-point conversion, if they want to in that moment. And regardless of what your excuse is, I think that was pretty weak on the fact that it wasn't just one, but it was 2, including Kyle Juszczyk. And, one, whether they realize it or not, it is throwing shade on Kyle Shanahan, which he doesn't even need any more shade because of the topic we just covered in the last part of this segment. So now that we are in the next topic and it has to deal with this, I feel like you're throwing shade on your coaching staff by saying that. You're also proving that your IQ is not that high, because if you were as great at football and paid attention to the rules and the changes and things from year to year, since you get paid millions of dollars to do so, it's a joke that you don't know the rule changes.
Right.
But we don't get paid millions of dollars. We sit up here and have podcasts talk once a week, and we know the rules. Why?
Mhm.
Because we're a fan of the game, and we need to know what we're talking about to have a show of
Right.
this magnitude. You
Mhm.
need to know what you're doing in order to get paid millions of dollars every single year and play this game. That's as bad. I think this is worse than when Tom Brady thought that 5th down was 4th down. Okay, back when he called, when he thought that the turnover on downs there was a 4th down. No, this is worse than that. This is on a bigger stage too, in the biggest moment. And now you're going to be thinking about this for the next 6 months, and you should be thinking about the backlash of how stupid that excuse was. That not just one but two of you out of the 53-man roster. There's nobody else out of the other 51 players in that roster. Nobody else was stupid enough to say that. I thought that was the stupidest excuse that I heard when I heard that Sunday night, that, oh, we didn't know the overtime rules. How do you not? When we're talking about it all season long. Well, maybe not like the main focal topic all year long, but
it had to be
definitely
touched up. Yeah.
yeah. And over the past 2 weeks, it was talked about. And it was talked about before the season even started, because you could even hear in certain interviews yesterday how they were saying, well, guys, we were talking about this before the season even started. Okay. For one, but apparently not within the San Francisco 49ers locker room, which is why Kyle Shanahan is now 0-2 as a head coach in the Super Bowl, if this is true.
If so, yeah. And the other name that you alluded to, and you were correct, that was another 49er. That would be, and we touted his exploits because of the defensive line's dominance in the first half. Eric Armstead. He also said that he did not know. In fact, he stated, quote, I didn't even know about the new playoff overtime rules, so it was a surprise to me. I didn't even really know what was going on in terms of that. Close quote. Now, not to be outdone, on the other side, the defensive lineman, and to me, best player on the Chiefs, Chris Jones, when asked, he said, quote, we talked for 2 weeks about new overtime rules. Give the ball to the opponent. If we score, we go for 2. Close quote. I gotta give Chris Jones credit. That's a great mic drop. Oh my gosh. Oh man, the more I hear about this guy and the more I see this guy, and the more I like him. Oh my gosh. But I agree with you. So you mean to tell me that you're around this team all year round, maybe for the exception of between now and Memorial Day, but intermittent pieces, you probably are on the team's campus between February and late May, just to do a lift, to catch up, to stay tapped in. But you're hardcore with the team definitely from July until whenever you get bounced from the playoffs. But if you're not a contender, from July to January, you're with the team. So for at least a 6-month span, you were with the team probably every day. And we're not talking about OTAs. We're not talking about the voluntary involuntaries. We're not talking about other scrimmages that you might have that is sanctioned from the team, just from training camp on. And I know that you all are bored to your minds about training camp, and I bet you at times there had to be at one point where one of the coaches, may not have been head coach, but one of your coaches said, okay, so overtime rules in the regular season is this, and the postseason is this. That didn't happen. Right. Okay. I mean, It's one of these two things. It's either that is right there, the lack of preparation and the shots that Armstead and Juszczyk put forward toward the coaching staff means that the whole team, because the coaching staff did not prepare them enough, they take in. Or they went to sleep, or they missed that meeting and they mentioned it and they really didn't give a crap. And then in that instance, it would be
That was a lie.
in either case, it's not good. Dante, what's up? It's good to see you again, my man.
My man.
Oh man. And look, let me shout out BS3, Ben Sutter III, the man, the myth, the legend, the Las Vegas Don. I'm seeing you even on TV, on the news. Congratulations on that. And you, Ivan, and Courtney did a bang-up job in Vegas. Good to see you, brother. Hope everything is good with you and yours.
You made the news.
Yeah, he made the news.
Nice. Congrats, BS3. King
Dante
Doc made the news too?
It was him and well, at least the way it was featured. It was him and Courtney that you saw on screen.
Awesome.
Dante said, Dante says, the 49ers took the ball took the ball to rest that defense. Greenlaw was hurt, right? Nah, they just crying. Dante. So I saw something, and I'm touching your Eagles' heart when I say this. So it was probably maybe not even 15 minutes after McCole Harbert caught the touchdown pass to end the game. I saw Fletcher Cox send something online about Deebo Samuel, and he said something to the effect of, what was it? If I can remember, quote, "Well, Deebo, I still got one more of these that you don't got," and then he shows a ring. Close quote. I'm like, the petty is real. Oh my god. So yeah, I thought about you, and I thought about my man Cool when that happened. I was like, oh my gosh.
Hey, Deebo set himself up for that. The amount of trash that he has been talking, like he has been the loudest one out of that 53-man roster. So yeah, definitely it was great. I was happy to see what Fletcher Cox did, and especially to give a little bit of a rub to the Eagles for Dante in this moment, because the way they went out, they deserve to be, they deserve to at least be eliminated in a better fashion than what they did. So I got, and that's coming from a fan of a team within the same division that's had a rivalry with them for so many years. I respect the game of football, at least call it down the middle like I see, just like I do with anything else in this world. So when it comes to that, glad that the Dante got a little praise during Super Bowl weekend when it came to that.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah, he says, look, that was in response to Deebo taking shots at us during the Super Bowl, him and Bosa. Not just the Super Bowl, that dude was taking shots How is it that you all played in December and the dude was still taking shots in between then and the Super Bowl? I'm like, you guys didn't even play in the playoffs this year. I'm like, why are you still taking shots at this team? I'm like, goodness gracious. Okay. Yeah. I just thought that was funny. And I laughed because I was like, oh, Fletcher's getting back at Deebo for talking trash all this time about him still. I thought that was great. I still think it's great because I think it's hilarious.
Before we go too much further, shout out to all of you who are watching this live, first of all. But if you could do both of us a favor, no matter what you're watching this on, no matter what platform you're watching this on, please click that like button. It helps the algorithm out to get this video out to those who are watching this live, get more people in this thing. And also subscribe if you haven't already to either Comey Media or Sartoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome. We greatly appreciate it.
Yes. And where we create content magic in the real world, we appreciate it as well. Nice timing.
Total Football Talk.
Oh, yeah. Where my dogs at? It's time to award the grand champ of this week or the dog of the week. And this is Super Bowl week. So, with his grand champ, Drew, the floor is yours.
You know, I kind of have to approach this similarly to how I did the MVP discussion earlier, because I want to give it to the Kansas City Chiefs defensive line because of what they did up front, the first half of the game, throughout the entirety of the game. That's what kept this team in it. You could say all you want about Patrick Mahomes, but he wouldn't have had the opportunities that he had to tie the game or take the lead at the end and win the game like he did if it wasn't for the playing results of the defense for the Kansas City Chiefs, and primarily that defensive line. I mean, Chris Jones is an absolute beast. We've said it all throughout this episode. We've said it all throughout this season of how this defense has propelled the Chiefs to this point. Some people will say the Swifties and this game is rigged and start crying. And all I got to say is, because it couldn't be any further from the truth.
Let me talk to you.
The biggest reason for this pick right here when it comes to my dog of the week is the same reason why the Chiefs have been relevant for the past 6 years. And some of you out there are probably going to say,
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
but if you're really saying that, I'm going to say this.
What?
Absolutely, because the biggest reason why they've been here for the past 6 years, or in the discussion, and the biggest reason why they won this game is the person I'm going to have to give this award to for this week, and that is Patrick Mahomes II. You know, as much as I would love to, we can only select one person for the dog of the week. I would give it to the entire line, but you can't give the MVP to them. So you have to do the same thing when it comes to this award. And when I think of that, again, over 300 passing yards total for this game, but 200 of them came in the second half, the hardest half of the Super Bowl to ever play. I mean, yeah, we talked about it earlier because it was brought up. Doug Williams had over 200 yards and a quarter in the second quarter back in 1988 for the redacted now Washington Redskins, formerly the Washington football team, now the stupidest name, the Washington Commanders, a team that I unfortunately cover and have been a fan of for a long time. But hey, I got a huge Kit Kat bar behind me, so I'm okay. When it comes to the pick for this right here, the dog of the week, and Patrick Mahomes, again, 200 yards for the entire second half, and his 2 touchdowns came in the second half, as he had no touchdowns and an interception and a little over 100 yards in the first half, with a greatest tight end of all time only having 1 reception for 1 yard to go along with it. They had to make some changes at halftime, adjust the game plan, and they did. And they did it very well, as we've seen historically from this Chiefs team for now a half decade. And it's been spearheaded by the play, the poise, overall tenacity of this quarterback of a gem that they've got in Patrick Mahomes. His father's not a gem, but the apple fell completely far from the tree when it came to the second, because he is doing things that his father could never dream of having the ability to do. And part of why Mahomes is as special as he is because of how great of a baseball player he was before he came into football greatness over at Texas Tech, before he got to here. Because these little plays, like I told Cole earlier, where he's standing in the pocket, he's like 0.7 seconds away from taking a sack. And he does a little fling, a little sidearm fling out to Pacheco to get a few yards. I mean, it was only 3 or 4 yards, but it kept the drive alive. 9 times out of 10, you take a sack there for a loss, potentially fumble, force the ball into double coverage, get an interception, and the game's over. There's a lot of things that could happen from that play. And it takes a special talent to convert on the type of conversion that he did there. And that is something that comes to mind when I'm thinking of who's the MVP, which they picked him for that reason, and who my MVP, the dog of the week, is for this show. So, yes, I'm going with Patrick Mahomes. As much as I'd like to give it to the entire Kansas City defense, I have to do the right thing in my heart and give it to the right person. And that, for this team, unequivocally, is Patrick LaVon Mahomes II.
I can't fault you for that. I really can't fault you for that at all. Oh, Dante says, not trying to sound like a hater, but I didn't care for the Super Bowl. I like good defense, but the 49ers didn't seem like the 49ers. Something seemed off on offense, and it's not broken tackles. Well,
yeah, but Cole, you said it best earlier in the show where this was like an old school football game.
It was.
Like this was a hard-nosed, play for play, like yard for yard, pound for pound game. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and Dante, for like yourself, you probably like seeing higher scoring contests, a little bit more of a shootout. But I gotta agree with Cole. We saw an old school game, and I disagree. I actually like what I saw because it kept you on the edge of your seat. You didn't know what was going to happen next.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. And so for those who don't know me, when I played football, I was an offensive lineman. So I always look at the game with an offensive lineman's lens. And so whenever you do look at the game like that, you do so with the understanding of you believe the game is won or lost in the trenches. And yes, quarterbacks are awesome. Wide receivers are dynamic. Tight ends are great. Linebackers, to me, I think they're probably the most athletic guys that you got on the field at any given moment on the gridiron. Secondary, they fly around the ball great. But I look at the trenches, and I say that the games are won or lost there. And what I saw with the Chiefs defensive line in the second half, my jaw just kept dropping. It just kept dropping. And I was thinking long and hard. I was like, man, who am I going to give this grand champ to? And then I saw the overtime drive that the 49ers had, where they did run down the field, and they had a couple of good pass scenarios where there was a great reception that McCaffrey had, and then the beautiful first down catch of a 3rd and long, I think, to Juszczyk, which stretched them to make the first down and put them in the red zone for the Chiefs, deep in Chiefs territory. I was like, okay, I'm struggling to find who I want to award the champ. In 3rd down and 4 at the Chiefs 9 with about 7:35-ish to go in the first overtime. I see Purdy drop back to pass, and I see this red streak that's almost stepping in the same, it almost like they were dancing. Like when Purdy dropped back, this red streak advanced forward. And it just kept happening to the point where Purdy had to run as fast as he could just so he can throw the pass away. And there was a wide open Brandon Ayuk on one side, and there was a somewhat open Jawan Jennings on the side that Purdy was looking at. And he went to Jennings, but the ball was thrown so far incomplete. And I give it to the Chiefs defensive line, but I'm going to give it in honor of the line to one player, and that would be number 95 of the Chiefs, Chris Jones. I really believe that it is because of what does not show in the stat sheet showed up in the W, where it most mattered. You kept the team in the game. You gave the team hope. You gave the team a chance. and you put it in the hands of your man, Patrick Mahomes, and he didn't let you down. You had their back, and then Mahomes proved he had yours. And guaranteed, sir, that game would not have been the way it would have been. Heck, you probably would be walking home with an L if it weren't for your efforts and the efforts of your defensive line mates. So I tip my cap to you, Mr. Jones, considering that you hadn't played, you didn't play the first game of the season, and you didn't play in the preseason, and you had that big of an effect on the team's fortunes and championship aspirations to where it was realized in third gold and the third ring in 5 years. Yeah, you were as big a part of this as the rest of the team. So congratulations, big man. You deserve it. And your unit was the best out of any of the other units combined. And I'm not saying in a bad way. I'm saying just in a collective good way that you all were. Congrats, big man. You deserve that honor. And you gave Patrick Mahomes to be the man to shine on the biggest stage for the third time. Thank you, sir. We'll be right back.
Coming up next, the featured attractions. This is Total Football Talk. Comey Media Incorporated, creating content magic in the real world.
Little right here. Look at the inside of these cakes. Now, when you bite into it, just as I demonstrated while you were talking at the beginning of your discussion right there, I could taste the drugs inside of this cake, Sick. I could taste the addiction within the cream filling of this cake right here, to where they not only just with that cake right there, but they made an ice cream out of it. They made an ice cream out of it. A 1 pint Christmas tree cake ice cream. Look at that little just smile up there. Look, she is up to no good on there. Look at that. Look at that smile on there, Sick. She knows that she got you. Got him is what's in her mind right now.
Acknowledge me.
Look at that little smile right there. She's up to no good.
D. Willie in the evening. Thursdays at 11:15 p.m. Eastern, 10:15 p.m. Central. Exclusively on Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look. Hey, stop playing games. Y'all already know. Go ahead and toss him some Willie Bucks. Ain't nobody playing around. Hey, $ D Willie 87. Go ahead, hit him up on the Cash App, and go ahead and give him some Willie Bucks. Look at Drew looking stoic, ladies and gentlemen. Stoic on that $10 bill. So go ahead, slide my man over some Willie Bucks, and we good. That's all I'm saying. We good. How about some Willie Bucks?
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
If you're looking for a sports program that gives you the flavor.
Washington Commanders? Really?
This whole thing stinks to high heaven.
That pulls no punches.
Thuggish act by a thuggish actor.
That gives you some humor.
Praise everything LeBron does and never criticize it.
If you want a show that gives you good times, then this is that show. BS3 Network proudly presents.
I am Cole Johnson, and welcome to
Cole Sports with a Z. Every Friday on Patreon, and every Saturday on YouTube, Spreaker, and all other outlets.
Back to Total Football Talk. And of course, we're having a good old time. Melvin, you're saying, Mr. Jones and me from the Counting Crows. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, because
I'm so go ahead, sir.
because of all the Chris Jones talk, it looks like the timing. I would say because of you were talking about Chris Jones, Mr. Jones and me. There it is. And because of how great your pipes have been during this show with the singing, he probably wanted to hear you sing.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. All right. Well, I'm glad you mentioned the Counting Crows, Melvin. I haven't thought about that song in over a decade. But it was
a long time.
It's been a long time, but it was good to think about that, and yeah, it was good to talk about Mr. Jones. But let me see. Let's talk about something that took place before the Super Bowl, and that'd be the NFL honors, and they will take the featured attraction spot. All right, now NFL honors, it takes place now 3 days before the actual game does. So you had different awards that were awarded, and you also had, and we'll talk about this at the end of featured attractions, the upcoming Pro Football Hall of Fame class announced as well. We'll start with the NFL honors champions or winners. Now, for comeback of the year, it was Joe Flacco. For assistant coach of the year, it was Jim Schwartz. For coach of the year, it was Kevin Stefanski. All of those are members of the Browns. For the defensive rookie of the year, it was Will Anderson Jr. For offensive rookie of the year, it was C.J. Stroud. So for the second year in a row, a team swept the rookies of the year. It was Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson of the Jets doing so last year. The Texans do it this year. Offensive player of the year was Christian McCaffrey, and the MVP was Lamar Jackson for the second time in his career. Now, I will begin by asking this question. Which one of these NFL honors nominees were you surprised won? Well, I could tell you what I'm surprised.
Oh, I did it again. My apologies. I would say, as I was saying while I muted myself, was the Defensive Player of the Year award, Myles Garrett, was probably the one that really stood out to me here. I mean, when you think about, Jalen Carter, when you think about Nick Bosa, Micah Parsons, I think they were more deserving out of the three. You could easily pick one of those three, especially Nick Bosa helping carry, well, I wouldn't say carry, but helping to lead that defense to the Super Bowl. Okay. Along with, you got to have some good offensive talent on the other side, but that's not part of this award. But for this award in itself, yeah, the Browns were a really good defense this year. Myles Garrett was the essential piece of that defense. But of course, this is regular season award. I'm just looking at a team that absolutely treated other teams like they were dumpster pelicans, being the 49ers, and how that defense was. I think about how the Eagles were the first 3 quarters of the season when they were lights out with their defense, and Jalen Carter, a rookie, with the everything that happened to him after during last offseason with the troubles of the law, getting knocked down in the draft, all that stuff. And to overcome all that and to be in this spot, he was kind of snubbed, in my opinion. Yeah, I see your comment over here now, Dante, about he got robbed. Yeah, I'm saying he got snubbed. You're saying he got robbed. Same thing. So between that, Micah Parsons, Nick Bosa, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to throw shade on Myles Garrett, but I feel like they were more deserving than that pick. That was the pick that surprised me the most, was the Defensive Player of the Year award.
All right. Well, on my end, I was not actually surprised that Garrett got picked. And the reason why, like I said, sometimes it's straight up merit, and other times it's narrative. So, you had a guy who was considered a bad apple. He really wasn't. He just was a hothead, I think is the best way you can put it. And you had the incident where he just went ham on Mason Rudolph, because Mason Rudolph was acting a donkey. And unfortunately, Myles Garrett was like, okay, you want to act like a donkey? Basically did like Shannon Sharp would say, okay, you're gonna go low, I'm gonna go under the ground. So I think you had that moment, and then you had him, and I think this is the stat that unfortunately you don't see, that many people don't see, that I think won the award for him. Other than Micah Parsons, the most doubled defensive player in the NFL this year was Myles Garrett. And with that, he still got 14 sacks. So I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm saying I can see why he would win it, and I can see why others would have won it. But I knew Micah Parsons would be canceled out because of Deron Bland. I actually thought it was going to be TJ Watt that would probably supplant Garrett, but I was wrong. Now, as for Dante's comment of Jalen Carter being robbed, look, that man child, considering all of what he had to endure from the offseason to now to get acclimated to a team that actually seemed to be defensively already set with how they were. And oh, by the way, an old teammate was playing the same position as him when he got to the team. So yeah, I'm proud that he did put all that aside. He became a pro, and it looks like he's going to be one name you keep hearing, like you would with a Fletcher Cox, year after year after year after year, and will probably be headaches to all Commanders, Cowboys, and Giants fans alike. But this is what I hate about these awards. Sometimes it's always about the sexy stats too. And I did not actually pick Will Anderson Jr. to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. But I think they picked him because he was drafted high up and he had a decent, I'm not going to say good or great. He had a decent year, but for a rookie, a good year. And I actually thought it was going to go to Kobe Turner. That's who I thought it was going to go to. And I agree with you. He wasn't that far from the top. I agree with you.
And I need to retract my previous statement, or part of it, where I was talking about Nick Bosa. I meant to say TJ Watt. Because TJ Watt, and you could put him up there as far as the double team stats too, and he had 19 sacks.
19 sacks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when I think about all that, yeah, he got robbed. I mean, and you've got 8 awards here. And 4 of those 8 go to Cleveland Browns players with an 11-6 record.
Yeah, and you're going to where my shock was, and that to me shocks the assistant and coach of the year. And I get that they went through 5 QBs. I get that even with that, they had the number 1 ranked statistically number 1 ranked defense in the league. I get all that too. But
I was saving that for the next question.
That was a surprise. All right, I'll say one of a surprise to me. I'll put the other as the one the votes got wrong. So the surprise to me was Schwartz being the assistant coach of the year. That is not because I am hating on him being a defense coordinator. He's one of the best in the game. Has been for years. I just thought, to me, one Mr. McDonald, who now is the head coach of the Seahawks now, I personally think he did a better job. I personally think he did a better job. Now, and that's saying that Ben Johnson he did a bang up job too, the offensive coordinator of the Lions. Bobby Slowick, I didn't think he was going to get the nod, but he did a really good job with the Texans. But I didn't think he was going to get the nod. I thought it was going to be McDonald, but he didn't. They decided to go with Schwartz. So I'd say, to me, that was the one I was surprised one was him. But it wasn't because I didn't think Schwartz is not a guy. Is not the guy. I was just shocked that he won it. Okay, so which one did they get wrong?
Part of what you were saying is what I'm going to fuel with this. The one that they got wrong was the defensive coach of the year, or the assistant coach of the year.
Assistant coach of the year.
Okay. The assistant coach of the year goes to, like, the most impactful assistant coach towards a team's success, right?
Correct.
How can you not have somebody who has been a 3-time now Super Bowl champion with the team in the Kansas City Chiefs defense, Steve Spagnuolo, who also won a Super Bowl with the Giants back in the day, the 2007 historic New York Giants that took down the New England Patriots. Okay. And I get it. I'm talking about playoffs, but yet this defense carried the Chiefs on their backs
all year,
the entire regular season. And it worked all the way to a Super Bowl. Even before this award was even thought of, the defense of the Chiefs was one of the great things that we saw this year. Now, I get how good of a feel-good story the Cleveland Browns were.
I do too.
Joe Flacco coming off the couch deserved that award. Okay.
Agreed.
For those of you out there who are saying DeMar Hamlin he didn't really play. He didn't really play at all this year. So, and even, he did play a little bit, but it wasn't like Joe Flacco literally eating Lay's potato chips on a couch and 3 days later being in a game. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Right.
And to have the type of success that he had after that, you're hanging out on the couch, playing with your kids, eating chips, whatever, and then you're in the game 3 days. It doesn't work like that. And have the success that you do. It might work like that without the success, but he had the success. The Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski getting the award. Yeah, you can weigh the pros and cons with that, because the Browns weren't expected to be as good as they were this year when Deshaun Watson went down. So you have to give that on the head coach for that. I can agree with that. But with the assistant head coach, like, I look at Jim Schwartz and I think of the fact that he wasn't out of the league the past 2 seasons, but he was literally only a defensive assistant on the Tennessee Titans,
right?
Or not even that. He was a senior defensive assistant,
right.
So that's even less of a position. Then comes in this year and is a defensive coordinator for a team where you took over a spot that was vacated by someone who already had a decent defensive scheme the year before. So it wasn't like you completely overhauled the defense and did something special as a coach this year. Like, you had players that played, and that's what made you look good. That's what Jim Schwartz got the award for. Steve Spagnuolo has built besides having Chris Jones over there, even when you had less, when you won the first Super Bowl back in 2019 season for 2020, and you won it in that fashion when your offense was better than your defense, you still had a pretty decent defensive scheme that was keeping this team in the game. And it has evolved, and it seems like it's been aging like a fine wine. Each and every year, it is getting better and better. And this year, at his best. And you didn't even have him in the conversation? That's a slap in the face of your Spags. That's the vote, in my opinion, that they got wrong.
I can't disagree with your logic. But I could tell you why they didn't pick him. It's because, like you said, it's a regular season award. Because I think people did not really get to. You and I did.
Yeah.
You and I did. But for some reason, the regular NFL fan and even the people who voted, I don't think they looked at the impact that Spagnuolo had on that Chiefs defense until you got to January. And to me, I think that's when people started to see, we forgot this guy is a bright defensive mind. And you mentioned it. Oh yeah, that was the guy that held Brady to 14 in the Super Bowl. Oh yeah. He's still doing work 16 years later. Oh wow. Okay. It was as if it was a shock. And he paid a penalty for being on a team that you thought is more offensively savvy than defensively savvy. And this is where the human error gets put into play. So I can't disagree with you there, because I think that's why Spagnuolo got slept on. And so then and thinking along those lines, I was like, okay, well, they're probably going to go to someone like a young whippersnapper or a guy who is the next hot thing. And so I figured it's going to be between Ben Johnson and God, the first name blanks me is unblank, but McDonald. To me, that's who I thought was going to get it, because I thought, okay, well, people talking hot about these two, and the Ravens had many different instances on defense where they just played beautifully. And yes, I know the Browns did too. But I also saw there was times when the Browns defensively did not play all that great. And so I was like, okay, Schwartz is a good guy. He knows this. He knows the sports and he knows defense. But I thought the Ravens were more consistently defensively better. And so that's what I thought with them. And that's what I thought about that. But what you said, I agree with you. But I think he got slept on because I think people paint the Chiefs as an offensive team, not a defensive team.
It's a joke whoever voted, because when you go back and you look at the scores and these games for the season, the Chiefs never lost a game by more than 2 possessions, by more than 15 points. And the Browns lost a game that comes to mind. And you think you gotta put all this in perspective. You gotta look at what the Browns did. They lost to the Ravens 28-3. They lost by 25 points. Okay, that's on the defense, and yet you're playing the Ravens. You're playing the Ravens, but that's on the defense.
Oh, the game they won against the Ravens put up 31 points against them.
So if you're such a great defense, why are you giving up so many points? And then you got to put credit on the offensive woes too, because they only scored 3 points in that game, but you lost by 25 points. And then the Broncos in November beat you by 17. So again, that's 2 games where you have lost by more points. Oh yeah, and then the game after that, you lost 36-19 to the Rams. Okay, so when I think about those 3 games right there, and this all happened during the regular season. We're talking about regular season awards. The Chiefs never lost by more than 15 points out of their losses. And what Steve Spagnuolo has done as a defensive coach, as an assistant coach, especially a year removed from losing Eric Bieniemy and going to Washington. Not many people lose a coordinator of the hype like Eric Bieniemy did, even though Andy Reid is an offensive genius. But not many historical teams have had a run like the Chiefs, where you lose someone of a great stature and a coach like EB, and you still win the next year. Okay, that has to come from somewhere. And yes, Andy Reid is a huge part of that, because the culture he's built as the head coach there.
That goes out saying.
But I think this year we learned that his number 1 assistant is Steve Spagnuolo, because he runs the defense and Andy doesn't have to worry about anything. He takes care of the offense. Spags is on the defense. That is who should have gotten the who should have gotten the assistant coach of the year award. In my opinion, you and I are on the same opinion there. But just to drive it home for those of you watching this live or post-production, that's how I feel like he got screwed, because Jim Schwartz, comeback coach of the year, maybe, but you were out of the league as far as a main coach for the past 2 seasons. You were a senior defensive assistant. Now you come back to a decent job with a decent team, and you didn't have to do much. Yet Spags has been part of this culture that's been building and brewing in Kansas City for a while now. I think that's the one who got screwed the most out of these awards.
Yeah, I agree with your logic and premise. The only place I disagree with you is the selection and choice, simply because you mentioned a really good point. The Chiefs' biggest loss is 15 points. The Ravens didn't face a double-digit deficit until the playoffs. So that's why I say Mike McDonald finally got his name. That's why I say I think he was deserving of assistant coach of the year. However, if Steve Spagnuolo got it, I would not have complained, and I would not have said I would not have said McDonald got robbed, because I would have actually said their culture changed. It shifted hardcore, and it is because of that defense, and it's because of Spagnuolo leading the way. I'd be the first to say that. My opinion, coach of the year. I get it. 5 different QBs. He didn't settle on Flacco until midway through the season. And you lost Nick Chubb for most of the season. So I got you lost your starting quarterback, your starting running back. I get that. And with your comeback player of the year, led you to the playoffs and led you with 11 wins. I'm not the biggest fan of Kevin Stefanski because I think I think it's sort of like if you think of the Joker's Wild, you hit this slot machine thing, and you hit a slot machine. And I think Stefanski when he coaches, it's like, all right, I think I'm gonna put in him. Okay, all right. Big money, no whammies, him. I mean, that's how I think he coaches. So I'm like, no, this was the wrong choice. And I will still go with, I think Dan Campbell, and yes, I understand it. He screwed the pooch hard in the NFC Championship game. And he screwed the pooch pretty hard too in week 17. I get that. Yes, I know he's too aggressive for his own good. With that being said, who was the most talked about coach leading into the season and during the season? Heck, even on this show.
Campbell.
Was it Stefanski? Was it even D'Amico Ryans, who many people say he was robbed? I'm like, no, he wasn't robbed. He's going to get the award. It just wasn't going to be this year. No, it was Dan Campbell. Nobody mentioned Stefanski and the job he did. Nobody. So I thought that was a huge miscarriage of justice. And I really believe that Campbell should have won the award, just simply because forget that he got into the NFC Championship game. He got to the point where this team has galvanized the city, and I've not seen Detroit in the sports vernacular get this galvanized, dare say, since the Bad Boy Pistons days. I haven't seen it. And that's accredited to somebody. And so, in my opinion, I think the coach of the year, they got wrong. I really believe that. They got it absolutely wrong. Dante says you can throw Shane Steichen in for coach of the year. He didn't even get nominated. And I think the reason why he didn't get nominated was because he got trumped by D'Amico. I think in its own division, you had the great turnaround with him, with Steichen, and then you had a great turnaround with Ryans. And I think that is what probably threw him to not even be considered. However, I do agree with you. He did a really good job this year because nobody thought that the Colts would be playing for a playoff spot week 18. So even though people talk about the Texans, you got to talk about the Colts in the same vernacular too, because no one thought that he could be that way either. Why says, oh yeah, I just saw why Ryan would think I'd say Dunkin' Donuts. Yes.
Well, to touch up with what you were just saying.
Go ahead, sir.
You were throwing back and forth between the coaching. I think that a big part was the 4th down conversion rate, because even though Dan Campbell was great and had 52.5% 4th down conversion rate, Stefanski was actually higher, 56.3. So when it came to 4th down conversions, that could have been what really sealed the fate, along with having to play with a carousel of quarterbacks. So
I'll admit he won a game with PJ Walker. I'll give him credit for that.
After the debacle of Carolina, yes. So when you think about that, I mean, it's tough to win in the NFL, period. But with 5 different quarterbacks and lead them to the playoffs, I can't. I understand your argument. I'm not mad at it, and I concur with it. But I can also understand why Kevin Stefanski won at the same time. They took gambles like the NFC Lions, but we're in the AFC, and took gambles as the Browns, and it got to where they're at now.
True. Yeah. Can't argue with that either. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Yes, that's why he would. Yeah, that's why he would say it. Wise, because I think Dante is the, if it's not a Boston area, I think it's a Massachusetts area company. Wise says he would actually be right. I would definitely say those words with the three with the three in the commercial. You want to know why Wise is one of my best friends? That's why. The dude is hilarious. Dante says, so who's this year had the biggest legacy up and down for me? Up, Andy Reid, down, Sean Payton. And I can't disagree with you at all. I can't disagree with you at all. I can't
disagree with that either. Because that it's a great question for one, but for two, I just can't think of anybody else to put in that position because, Sean Payton was riding a roller coaster up. It looked like Denver was trending upward. And then, the last couple weeks of the season, he pulls the plug on Russell Wilson for financial reasons, and understandably so. But it pulled the carpet out from underneath the team that had a chance to still make the playoffs. So Sean Payton definitely deserves to be in that conversation there. I like what you put there, Dante.
I do too. The only other name, like if I were a Johnny Come Lately fan, the only other name that probably would be mentioned would be Bill Belichick. But to me, his legacy wouldn't really suffer because I'm like he's a made man. Six rings as a head coach, 2 rings as a defensive coordinator. There isn't really anything else the dude could do. So if I were a Johnny Come Lately NFL fan, I would say him. But no, I'm not. And I agree with you. Sean Payton had the now incorrect, erroneous tag of being the quarterback whisperer. All because he had Drew Brees for 15 years on his team. And we found out with Russell Wilson, he's not a quarterback whisperer at all. And I'm not saying that Peyton was playing with a bad piece, because Wilson had to be culpable too. But Peyton was considered the winner, and he's part of the Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells tree, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald. I mean, Jimmy wanted to have Sean Payton coach his team for the longest. And I don't think Gerald will be calling his number anytime soon now, because he saw that Trump don't. Now I'm so glad I did this. He saw what happened to Denver, and it was a. And he was like, "Nah, I ain't gonna call Sean no more. I don't want him." And I don't blame him. Dante says, "Are you guys doing end of season awards? I'm just waiting for Dumpster Pelican MVP award."
Yeah, we're definitely doing a Dumpster Pelican award for the Super Bowl. Yes.
Oh yeah, we definitely are. But before we get to that, let's talk about the future Hall of Fame class, shall we? Okay. So we know that that Julius Peppers I think is going to be the headliner basically of this class, and deservedly so. I don't have a problem with him at all. None, zilch, zero. I mean, dude is 4th all time with sacks, so just that alone gets in the Hall of Fame. And again, looking at it from the offensive lineman's lens, dude was 6'7" with the reach that was beyond this world. I'm 6 feet tall. There was no way I would be able to put my hands on him. And normally, it's when you're in the trenches, it's about leverage. And it's hard to leverage a guy 6'7" unless you're going to grab him by the arms and hold him. Otherwise, you're screwed. The dude just knew how to play defensive lineman and defensive end beautifully. And I had no issue with him being in the Hall. Now, the others that are joining him, of course, punt returner and kickoff returner extraordinaire Devin Hester. The dude was just exciting with the ball, no matter what team he was on, and no matter what situation he had him in. Patrick Willis, former 49er, middle linebacker who called it quits early, who I think would have been in the same lineage as a Mike Singletary and a Ray Lewis, and probably even better to me, Brian Urlacher. Dwight Freeney, who the dude decided to show us that you can actually have speed and be a pass rusher. And then of course, well, I'll get to the one that touches my heart the most. Randy Grandichar and Stephen Michael, they're the senior candidates that's gonna be admitted into the Hall. And of course, Grandichar was on the Broncos Orange Crest team of '77. Stephen Michael, of course, was a part of the 46 defense of the Bears and, of course, champion of Super Bowl XX. And then there is Andre Johnson, a guy who I think people sleep a lot on. He was a wide receiver that he didn't have the speed quite like T.O., but he had the size. And I think he had even more of the guts to go across the middle. And he had to deal with, no, I can't even say it, but he had to deal with quarterbacks all throughout his career. And I'm saying this as a Texans fan. He had to deal with hot garbage quarterbacks. I'll put it this way. The best quarterback he played with as a Texan was Matt Schaub. And we're talking about Mr. Pick Six, Max Schaub. Yes, that's the best quarterback he played with his whole entire NFL career. Because I can't think of when he was with the Titans, there wasn't really good QBs. And the lone season that he played with the Colts, I'm trying to remember if he played with Andrew Luck. If so, that would be the best quarterback he ever played with. But I think Luck retired by then, I think. But be that as it may, he's a Hall of Famer, and I'm glad that he's going to get inducted. So, of that list, which future Hall of Famer are you happy to see get inducted?
Andrew Luck and Andre Johnson did play together.
So Andrew Luck by far best quarterback Andre Johnson ever played with.
Yeah, because Andre Johnson was with the Colts in 2015, and Andrew Luck was there until 2018. So he did have Andre Johnson towards the end of his career. It's a shame that they couldn't get together a few years earlier. Because again, in 2016 he went to the Titans, and he was a shell of himself by that point. Unfortunately, just the game takes its toll on you in that position. But looking at these picks for the NFL Hall of Fame, as far as the most happy that I am to see get inducted, I'd have to say Steve McMichael is the one that I'm happiest to see, that he at least gets to see it before he passes away. I'm a little bit sad about it at the same time. I'm a little disappointed. I feel like based on his stardom, what he did as a part of that Bears team outside of football after that as well, I feel like it kind of warrants him to get to the NFL a little bit sooner. When you think of like Kevin Green and other players from those times that are already in the Hall of Fame, it's sad for me. And I don't even know McMichael personally. I just know him just from watching him NFL films, and of course, like you just alluded to with wrestling and stuff like that. Thinking back and looking at all those clips, he was no scrub at all, and yet we're waiting over 30 years to hear his name called for the Hall of Fame. I'm so happy for him that he gets to experience this and hear the words that you're a Hall of Famer while you're alive. It brought, and I don't really get emotional that often these days, but I did when I watched the video of McMichael accepting his not really accepting, but hearing the news that you're been inducted to the Hall of Fame. Blank once for yes, twice for no, and it's like that long blank. You could feel it. You could feel it. The weight right there, like the long blank. Like my heart melted for the guy. Like you're towards. He's literally. And it's so sad to watch somebody in that condition, and a lot of people a lot of people in that position don't want you to see them. They're too, like, it's not really they're ashamed. They just don't want you to see them at their worst. And Steve McMichael has worn ALS on his sleeve and has been, the face of it ever since this happened. And to be a part of this while he's still alive is huge. The sad part for me is I just wish that this would have been like 10 years ago when he was still with it. He could still make appearances, walk across the stage, give his speech. He could still do all of that 10 years ago. Now in 2024, unfortunately, it's too late for that, but he does have his wife to speak on his behalf. And I'm just got my fingers crossed that this man lives to see the induction, like at least lives to watch it and to feel it like we felt him with that long blink and telling us how it felt so great to finally be inducted.
Yeah. As a Texas fan, of course, it's Johnson for me. But in terms of anybody in if I were to just simply be an analyst, Steve McMichael over every one of the other candidates, hands down by far. And the dude is tackling ALS like he did as a defensive tackle. It's like it's just full steam ahead. And all I could do is just tip my cap and say, bravo, my brother. And I'm glad he got a chance to see the honor happen before he crossed over. So that is good. And I hope now he can stay alive long enough to see it.
Yeah, that same here, because, it's one thing to hear, it's another thing to see it actually go into fruition. But regardless, what happens if he does or doesn't make it, the awesome part is he knows, like it's coming. Like you made it, everything that you worked your tail off for, you have achieved that goal. Even though it's not really everyone's goal, but it's a cool, it's a cool accolade to reach. But for you to be alive after everything you've been through, to hear those words, I'm so happy for that guy. That's my pick for this question.
Chris Carter said one time, people who are voted in the hall, it is a simple case of, if you could tell the story of the NFL, would your name have to be mentioned in order to tell the story? And now Steve McMichael can actually say, yes, they have to tell the story of the NFL and mention Steve McMichael's name. That is awesome. That is awesome. Which one took you off guard? Oh, no, actually, you know what? Scratch that. I'm going to ask a different question. So Antonio Gates was up for the induction, and unfortunately he did not get in. Along those lines, with him, with a Torrey Holt, and probably with a few others that I can mention, who should be in the Hall of Fame that isn't in the Hall now?
I would have to say the first person that you mentioned, and that would be Antonio Gates. I mean, before Travis Kelce, we had Tony Gonzalez and Antonio Gates in the same careers. Okay. Like, the same timelines is the best way I can really put it. They're playing, not alongside each other, but in the same era. And we were spoiled as far as tight end play at that point. Travis Kelce is great, and it's something special that we've watched in the past 10 years. But before that, the best tight end for the Chiefs of all time was Tony Gonzalez, then went to the Falcons, and he came close, but it just didn't quite work out for Tony Gonzalez getting that ring. Now, when I think about that, and I think about Antonio Gates, even though the Chargers were like a pretender, they would get so close, but yet so far, because they had LT and Phillip Rivers and all the other stuff that's going on, Schottenheimer, whatever. Gates was a big part of the reason why they were even in that conversation to begin with. Was getting us, well, not us, but getting that team to the point to where you could even have that conversation. Without Gates, they wouldn't have even made it and had those playoff runs, this, that, and the other. He set many records that, are now being challenged by Kelce and others or whatnot as time goes on. But Antonio Gates set the stage for tight ends of this era. Now, there's been great legendary tight ends in the past century that have records like Shannon Sharp that others are going after. But when I think about like best tight ends of this millennium, you got Gonzalez, you got Kelsey, but still at the top of my list is still Antonio Gates for the production that he's done in this millennium. So for him to get snubbed, I'd say the same thing about Torrey Holt, but Torrey Holt was great for the greatest show on turf Rams in 99, getting that Super Bowl and leading them to another Super Bowl appearance 2 years later when they lost to the Patriots. But over the course of their careers, Antonio Gates had a better overall career than Torrey Holt if you take away the Super Bowl. Okay, if you take away the one Super Bowl win. Production, regular season throughout the overall course of the career, longevity, coming from a basketball background, you got to give it, in my opinion, the biggest snub in this one to Antonio Gates.
I agree. I agree. I think, and I said it to a select few friends of mine. I said, this is a crime. This dude should be in the hall now. I mean, I don't think of Phillip Rivers unless I think of Antonio Gates first. And that's with him playing with LaDainian Tomlinson for much of his career. I associate Phillip Rivers with Antonio Gates. I mean, almost off rip, I do. Because to me, it was just like, to me, the best receiving option that John Elway ever had was Shannon Sharp. The best receiving option that Phillip Rivers ever had was Antonio Gates. And it's not even a question. I don't even have to debate that at all.
I mean, how many running backs actually say that their tight end made them better when you have LT talking about Antonio Gates?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that should speak volumes right there.
That shows you. Yeah, a running back saying about a tight end. That tells you something. That does. And yeah, and he was more versatile. Even though he came from a basketball background, he was more versatile as a tight end than people give him credit for being, because people think he could catch and only could catch. No, he's a pretty decent blocker too. Dante says, yeah, this Hall-of-Fame class is really good, but Peppers with him and Javon Curse, end of an era. Yeah, man. It is. It is an end of an era.
It really is. And
yes,
your next one there, like, we're not joshing you. For real, he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, Antonio Gates is not in the Hall, Dante. Steve Smith Jr. is going to get in. I just don't know when, but he's going to get in. I mean, Steve Sr. is going to get in. But no. And I think Hines Ward's going to get in too. I just don't know when, but I think he's going to get in as well. But no, we're not joking, bro. Antonio Gates is not a Hall of Famer. That talent is not a Hall of Famer. That's crazy. It's crazy to think, but yes, it's unfortunate. But congratulations to those who did make it, and to the ones who haven't and they're on the doorstep. Think of Drew Pearson. For many years, he didn't get in, and he finally now is in the Hall of Fame. That could happen to you, because like Chris Carter said, and I'll say this to you too, Mr. Gates, the story of the NFL can't be told unless your name's in it.
Next, the Choppin Block and Snowflake of the Week. This is Total Football Talk. Join Ryan McCarthy.
I became a Jets fan because Kurt the Frog was my favorite Muppet because he was green, and the Jets wore green. That's how I became a Jets fan.
And Dustin Henry.
ESPN is cashing all in on, let's pay a few personalities and we'll just kind of fill in the gaps,
as they walk you through all of the world of sports from their perspective.
The Albany Empire, it's a literal circus.
No credentials required. Where, Ryan, say the tag.
Where you don't need a press pass to talk sports.
Every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. On YouTube and where you can find all podcasts. This is a BS3 Network presentation.
I want want to do a TED Talk, but I don't have anything to talk about yet. I'm getting there.
Life is for the living. We're not here that long.
You can learn anything you want to learn without any money spent.
What do I really enjoy? What do I really want out of life?
I am your host, WIZE.
Are you in a life holding pattern? Well, this is for you. Welcome to the Stuck in My Mind podcast. Live every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 4 p.m. Central. Football, and more football, you say? Well, tune in to Total Football Talk. Join your hosts, Drew Willingham.
You were playing like a dumpster Pelican quarterback.
And Cole Johnson.
It sets up a possible play action. Did you hear that, Dak Prescott?
As they take you through all the paces, both on the field and in the boardroom, of Total Football Talk. Every Tuesday at
9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Exclusively on the Sertoba Media and the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel.
As I was being engrossed seeing male Swifties trying to snatch Taylor Swift off the stage, welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson. I guess they wanted to celebrate with her that the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, but that's neither here nor there. That felt good to say. To the chopping block. Now, yes, we did talk about the Super Bowl, and we're going to talk about it just a wee bit longer because the longest ever Super Bowl game in the history of the platform, I guess you could say, now goes down as the most watched program, not just in Super Bowl history, but in television history for the last 50 plus years. Now, according to Nielsen and Adobe Analytics, the Chiefs' victory over the 49ers averaged 123.4 million viewers across television and streaming platforms, shattering last year's mark of 115 million with the Chiefs' victory over the Eagles, that being a 7% increase. Nielsen also said a record 202.4 million people watched at least parts of the game, a 10% jump from 183.6 million from last year. The broadcast of CBS put forth average 120 mil, which the previous mark that was most set was 112 million for the Broncos and the Panthers. Yes, that was the game where Cam Newton decided to make a business decision on not to snatch a fumble that was on the ground. But I digress. My question to you, sir. Oh, and for those who want to know, that's the highest rated Super Bowl 58 is the highest rated television program since the moon landing in 1969, which drew about between 125 and 150 million. My question to you, sir, are we watching a resurgence of football's popularity?
I don't know. It's a good question to ask, but I think that a lot of this had to deal with the whole Taylor Swift stuff. Like, you look at how the NFL has generated over $300 million since this whole, just with her being a part of this NFL, boom of the Chiefs. And just imagine how this would be if they started dating back in 2019. Okay.
Oh, good Lord.
This would be absolutely insane right now if we were talking about this from 2019 on. But I think the boom in viewership had a lot to do with Taylor Swift. I don't think it had a lot to do with Usher. I mean, Usher was a pretty good name on paper to have for the halftime show. But if we're going to analyze the halftime, I feel like it kind of let me down a little bit because you were overshadowed by Alicia Keys. Like, Alicia Keys outperformed Usher, in my opinion. And then especially her guitar play. Like, look, it takes a lot to be able to pull that off 20 years later. Alicia Keys still doing, okay? Now, Usher, there were certain parts where he seemed winded. He should not do another halftime show, in my opinion, going forward. But when I put all that in perspective, the fact that you have, biggest pop star of this millennium right now, we can arguably say, in Taylor Swift, they tuned in more to see Taylor Swift, and she was only on maybe 1% of the entire broadcast because they didn't really show her but so much in the game, which I was tickled, honestly. That's the best word I could put, because when you go back to when they first started dating and how the games were the beginning of the year, you and I talked about it early on in our show's history of how much they were cutting to Taylor Swift during the game. They didn't do it but so much in this game. We got a shot of her chugging a beer, a shot of her hugging, and of course the post-game celebration. But during the game, they kind of left her alone for the most part. So I think that a lot of the viewership had eyes on it to see how many times they're going to show Taylor today, or between her and Travis or whatever. Well, we didn't get all that. We got a straight up game, but the eyes were glued, I think, throughout, because the camera, the production did a really good job of panning to game, panning to entertainment for a second, back to the game, and their camera angles of things like the overall production, the commentator, but the overall production of the game and what we saw, it had me glued to it. So I know that there was probably several other million people feeling the same way, but I think the main appetizer that brought them in were the Swifties.
I can't argue with you on that one. I think the Taylor Swift effect had a lot to do with it. But I know the NFL is happy that is taking place, considering that a lot of people were saying, well, the decrease of the NFL product, we're seeing it now. Well, maybe not so much. What do you have to say now, boycotters? Not much.
Hey, who's giving them the business?
Well, unfortunately, the end of the road for Mitch Trubisky as a Steeler has come. A year after signing him to a 2-year extension, they released the former Bears and Steelers quarterback as of yesterday. The Steelers also released longtime offensive lineman Chukwuma Okafor and punter Presley Harvin, and the moves all saved the Steelers nearly $13 million of cap space for the upcoming season. With Trubisky's departure and late season hero Mason Rudolph scheduled to hit free agency next month, 2022's first round draft pick Kenny Pickett is currently the only QB left on the roster. And that leads me to my question. Are the Steelers ready to march forward with Kenny Pickett as their starting quarterback?
Hell to the no, no. Hell no, to the no.
I don't think so, man. Like, I feel like, I'm going to go away from the Steelers for a second. The Bears have got to feel like absolute idiots right now, because you have gone from, Trubisky to Fields, which Fields isn't terrible, but
no, Fields is
the fact that you could have Patrick Mahomes right now, and you might not be able to do the same greatness of what he's done with the Chiefs, but I think you at least made him a Super Bowl appearance by now. If you had Patrick Mahomes drafted in 2017 with the second overall pick than Trubisky. Now, fast forward to the Steelers. That second overall pick leaves his home, backs up in Buffalo, okay? Then comes over to Pittsburgh last year. This is now the completion of his second season. And all the hype, all the stuff that you had coming into that second overall pick and your third opportunity, and you actually get playing time and you can't do anything with it, with a team that has been spearheaded by a coach that doesn't have a losing season at all during his tenure, and you can't find a way to win games, it's sad. Your career's over. I'm sorry. When it comes to Mitch Trubisky, it's over. Now, Kenny Pickett, old Picks isn't far behind him, and I call him old Picks because he likes to throw them, because old Picks, it's time to realize that the Steelers have a very short window to turn things around with Mike Tomlin. They were already close to cutting bait with him during the season. People were calling for his head. We were talking about it on this show. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But then he turned it around. They have yet another non-losing season, as they are been accustomed to having with Mike Tomlin throughout this entire time. And for you to be able to pull that off with the likes of Mitch Trubisky and Picks, Picks is throwing enough of them. You know, even though Artie Smith comes in there as the offensive, coordinator now, which I don't know how great of a coaching hire that was, but he praises old Picks. Well, we're going to see you get picked off quite a bit if that's the case, if you're going to plan on sticking with old Picks, because we saw how that type of mindset got you ousted from Atlanta as the head coach. And now you're going to come in here and fumble things up. If they have a losing season for the first time in Mike Tomlin's history, I'm blaming it not on Picks. I'm going to blame it on Artie for his comments and for changing whatever the culture that is left over there in Pittsburgh. So when it comes to Kenny Pickett, if they're ready to march forward, it seems like they are. But for me, I'm calling their bluff and saying that is hogwash, that they need to reanalyze this. There's still a long off season for you. If you just say that you're going to stick with Pickett 2 days after the Super Bowl here on February 13th, you need to stop hanging out with Aaron Rodgers in ayahuasca camp.
Wow, I could not have said that better. Drop that drink.
Who's giving them the business?
Oh, Lord. So the Cowboys, they reached an agreement yesterday with Mike Zimmer to make to replace, I should say, former defensive coordinator, now head coach of the Commanders, in Dan Quinn. Now, the former defensive coordinator of the Bengals, amongst many other teams, and longtime former Cowboys assistant, had this to say about being the defense coordinator of the Cowboys. Quote, "I'm excited and honored to be back with a great organization. I'm thrilled to work with Mike McCarthy, for whom I have had a ton of respect in our NFC North days, and to do anything I can to help the Joneses and the Cowboys." Close quote. Now, of course, in the alluding to Mike McCarthy in their NFC North days, Mike Zimmer was the head coach of the Vikings. McCarthy was the head coach of the Packers. My question to you is the following. How will the Cowboys defense look this coming year, or I should say in 2024, under the leadership of Mike Zimmer?
Very similar to how they were the last time he was a defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys from 2000 to 2006, where he didn't accomplish anything.
Wow.
He didn't accomplish anything. You've been better off hiring Rex Ryan, who's been out of the game for several years. You would have been better off hiring Riverboat Ron as your defensive coordinator. When you look at the Z-Man, old Zemster, he was an analyst and consultant at Colorado for 2023. He worked with Coach Prime. What do? They only got 4 wins. Congratulations. It is an upswing from what you had the year before. But it's not like Mike Zimmer got you those 4 wins. He had nothing to do with that. He's riding the coach's tails of Coach Prime to get a defensive coordinator job. Get out of here. The year before that, he was with Prime too, Jackson State. Mike Zimmer just clinging on because the year before that, he had just ended his 8-year tenure or 8-season tenure with the Minnesota Vikings as the head coach, which you deserve that opportunity after being the defensive coordinator for the Bengals from 08 to 13. I get that. But do you remember the year he had as the defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons? In between the Cowboys tenure and the Bengals tenure? I got a feeling, Cole Johnson, that we could see a major this season when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys, because when it came to their searches for defensive coordinator, I have to say they're the 5th ranked dumpster pelican on this list for hirings for coaches this off season. You could have done a much better job. You even have this man saying this.
That's terrible.
Now, when we were looking at the Dan Quinn departure, okay, whether Dan Quinn took the head coaching job in Washington or not, he was out of there after the way that they lost. And it was better on him to take a job somewhere else as a head coach. He got the best of both worlds because he was either going to get a head coaching job or potentially fired, or deservedly so, based on that playoff exit. And basically the mindset of the Cowboys at that point was,
stop it. Get some help.
And they looked, and they looked, and they looked for a defensive coordinator. It felt like it took a while. Like these past few weeks have gone through, it kind of lingered on, and it took a while. Okay. Interview here, interview there, interview here. And who do they come up with? Mike Zimmer, who couldn't get it done as a head coach in Minnesota, who did have a decent run in Cincinnati, but it's not like the Bengals won a Super Bowl. Okay. And yeah, Mike Zimmer has one Super Bowl championship on his resume. But what was he that year? The defensive assistant / nickel coach? When's the last time a nickel coach had a huge impact on a championship? Okay. He was a part of the ride, and you know it. Okay. So do not put that at the top of your resume as I should be the defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys again because I was their nickel coach when I won the Super Bowl the last time when they won their when they were made their dynasty in there. I was only the nickel coach for that one season. And then I got the defensive coordinator job and I sucked. So I went to Atlanta and I sucked even more. And then I went to the Bengals and they carried me to success before I went to the Minnesota Vikings and absolutely laid a dumpster pelican egg out there on that field. And now, after riding the coattails of Coach Prime for 2 seasons at Jackson State and Colorado, you deserve to be the defensive coordinator? Get the father out of here. When it comes to that, how will they look in 2024? I will have them looking like they are ranked on this list of dumpster pelicans as one of the worst defensive struggles and 180s that we have seen in quite some time. That is my prediction for the 2024 season with the Z-Man.
Okay, so basically what my partner is saying is that the Cowboys defense is now going to revert back to when they were being led by Mike Nolan, where they were the worst defense in the National Football League. Because you can't look much better than the Cowboys did before the wild card game, of course. But 180? Whoa, that's cold, bro. That's cold.
Hey, who's giving them the business?
Was that this episode's
nice touch. Oh my gosh.
We didn't have any other place to put it, so I was like, hey, does it fit?
It fit. Oh my goodness. Well, speaking of upsets, I think a person who probably is now is Greg Olsen, the now former #1 color guy for Fox NFL's coverage, is going to be making way for Tom Brady. Now, yes, 2 years, well, the year before he retired, he signed a 10-year, $375 million contract with Fox Sports, I should say, to be basically the Tony Romo of Fox. But the contract would start, though, 2 years after he retired. So he has now reached that status, And now Greg Olsen gets kicked out. But in a candid interview, the former tight end turned Fox Sports broadcaster, he declared his refusal to settle for a secondary role because holding a firm and clear stance, Olsen declared that being a mere second fiddle is not in line with his style nor goal. And he said this, excuse me, on the Rich Eisen show. And this is what he had to say about that. Quote, nobody ever signs up to be a player just to say, I'm happy to be on the team. That's not my style. I'm not just happy to be on the team. I want to call top games. I want to call Super Bowls. I want to call games in front of 60 million to 115 million people. Close quote. And to his credit, he already has called the Super Bowl. In fact, he called the one last year. So my question to you is this. Will we ever see Greg Olsen become the #1 NFL color guy for a different network? Or will he being supplanted by Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr.
the second
be the end of Greg Olsen's color commentating days? Oh my gosh.
I think if you have a lick of sense on any other network, you are making phone calls right now to Greg Olsen. If not, you've already been, or trying to work out some type of buyout or something. Because if you haven't been paying attention to this man's color commentating over the past couple of years, you've been missing out. And you know, it's hard to believe that anybody else can come in there and do as great of a job as he has. But if there's anybody else that's going to attack this like he did the game and do his best to become that, would be Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II.
Junior.
Now, when you look at that, oh no, you're good. Now, looking right here, you can't have this. You can't have this going on within your team for too long. Now, the way that both sides are handling it, they're doing great, and they're being professionals about this. So it's not like it's causing a rift to where they can't do their jobs. Okay, basically, Olsen has accepted that he's going to be on the B team where he was before he got elevated to the A team. Okay, so he's being knocked down to a spot to where he had already worked himself from. Now, will he be there? I think the bigger question here is, will Greg Olsen see the end of his current contract with Fox? Because, you know, when you're NBC and you're CBS and you're ESPN, three other networks that have prime games within the NFL, you got to be saying to yourself, this would be a major upgrade to our main broadcasts for covering these games. I mean, people have been throwing shade at Tony Romo this year, saying that he's stepped off, stepped back, and needs to get on out of there. That would be a perfect swap out for CBS. And Tony Romo can go enjoy the B team over in Fox. I mean, because I feel like that would be a pretty good swap. You'd have the quarterbacks mainly covering color commentary on Fox, and you got someone like Greg Olsen who has a great amount, a cornucopious amount of knowledge upstairs the game of football. Similar to Tom Brady, but the more of the appeal with Tom Brady is the amount of success that he had during his career, the stature of his athlete, or his stature of his athleticism within the game of football over 23 seasons. That does supersede what Greg Olsen has done. It doesn't take away from what Greg Olsen has done in his job outside of the game for what he's being replaced for. And there's nothing that warrants him to be demoted. So with that being said, I feel like there's going to be one of those three networks that I just mentioned offering some type of money to buy him out and say, look, do you really want to waste this talent that you have here? Or you could do what's great for the game and help make competition similar to how in professional wrestling, you know, AEW started to kind of jumpstart and propel WWE. It's helping professional wrestling. This would help out the media and broadcasting in itself if you can share those talents to another network. And then that way you got a 1:00 game on Fox that has Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II calling a great game. Then at 4 o'clock, CBS, you got Greg Olson calling a decent game. Okay. So I feel like as a fan, as someone who as much as I do, because you do it too, and there's other friends of ours, can't always stand listening to the commentating, depending on who it is. So we'll watch the game, mute it, listen to Snowman or somebody else do the play-by-play, because at least it's more entertaining than what we're listening to, because we're getting way too many analytics. But when I have Greg Olson on the TV, I'm sorry, Snowman, but if this would have been a Fox broadcasted Super Bowl and Greg Olson was on there covering it, I would have been listening to him and watching it. The volume would not have been muted had that been the case this year.
That really is a good point. And that's the one thing that I have missed in color commentating. If a player has been on the field, I'll dare say, I think this is the best color commentator I have heard in a minute. And yeah, Romo has taken such a step back. The higher ups of CBS has called them to their office and say, "What's up? What's the deal? Step it up." I'm like, wow. Now, he was the talk of the town as soon as he got even in a booth. And now they're saying, yeah, you falling off, son. Yeah. To me, Greg Olson is the best color commentator I have heard in football, dare say, since I almost want to go so far back to say Merlin Olsen, from the standpoint of I would love to say him. I'll go further. I'll go further forward and say Matt Millen, because as horrible as a GM as he was,
there you go. You beat me to it.
He knows his football backwards, forwards, and upside down. He ain't an NFL executive, no. But yeah, he's as bad as executive as he was good as a color guy. And I think that's probably the last great color guy that was not a quarterback that I have seen. And I think Olsen is on his way to get there. And it seems like, to me, he just gets better and better. And he came into booth good already. And he just seems to get better and better and better. And yeah, I agree with you. I enjoyed last year's Super Bowl in large part because he complemented the action on the field beautifully. And I think, I hate to say it, Fox, I think you had a star on your hands, and you saw the bright supernova in Brady. Looked at CBS and say, they're having success with Romo, we can up them having Brady. You may have messed yourself up, because I think you had a star on the rise with the color commentator that you just booted out of the number one spot. Yeah.
Yeah, unless Tom Brady becomes the greatest color commentator of all time, which I don't think he will either. It's very hard to replicate that type of success that you had in one position in the game, and then go to a different position within the game that you can replicate that success. I don't think that he's going to be able to do it like Greg Olson. I just think
no, I don't either.
Your personality, your approach to life, a lot of it has to deal with how those successes come out on the mic. And it's like you and I here with podcasts, and it's like there's certain things that we think of that you say on the fly that you can't prepare for.
Right.
There's not enough preparation in the world that you can have. Now, of course, people have their off days, and they're not always the best, but there's certain things, and we can go look back through 24 episodes now. There's certain moments throughout this time where certain things come out of your mouth and mine that we didn't prepare for, but in the moment, it was already locked in upstairs, and we knew. And Greg Olson gives us that. Not saying that Tom Brady can't accomplish that.
No,
but
I'm sure you probably could. Yeah.
We've got multiple years on tape now of seeing Greg Olson in action. We have yet to see Tom Brady. And the fact that we're hearing that he took a year off and was practicing, was going to certain things, and not like auditions, but going to certain things and practicing. Greg Olson didn't have that. Greg Olson literally signed up to be a commentator, did his job, and grew into the success that he had. And it didn't take long to do that either. Tony Romo was overhyped when he first came to CBS, given a great
Mhm.
contract. The first couple of years, he did do a decent job for someone coming
did.
straight from the game into the booth. Not taking any shade, but this is probably one of the most dramatic downfalls from that position that I've seen in quite some time, where Tony Romo was considered up here and has been going steadily down, as to where Greg Olson has done
It's
nothing but
opposite.
is gone up,
Mhm.
and you're booting him out. If this was CBS and Tony Romo, I'd understand, but
Right.
not Greg Olson. Like, if you're CBS, for that miscue, you do whatever you could to buy him out of your contract over at Fox and bring him in for the 2024 season, because you can't just waste talent like that.
No, and I hope Fox doesn't regret it. But I think they will, considering that dude is yeah. To me, he is the best color guy in the NFL today, right now, hands down. There's not even a question for me. It's not even a debate. I like Louis Riddick, but I barely hear him. So take him out the equation. I like Chris Collinsworth. I'm not too bothered by him, but I can only take so many. Now here's a guy moments, and Romo, like you said it best. He was up here and he has sort of had a dip, and there's been some huge slippage that you could hear literally. Olsen, I don't think I've heard a misstep yet from him, and he's been the number one guy for 2 years. So, Tommy, well, you got another challenge on your hands, and if you are up to it, we're going to hear some greatness from you. But until then, oh boy.
CBS has got that Paramount Plus money. So, between that, there's a way you could buy them out. I mean, Peacock has, NBC's got the Peacock money, but if I were to look at between the other networks outside of Fox, between you got ABC with ESPN, NBC, and Peacock or whatever with the streaming, you got CBS, Paramount Plus. Out of those 3 networks, the biggest change that needs to happen is with Tony Romo, in my opinion. Out of all the color commentators between the 3 networks, because the other ones are doing okay. And, Troy Aikman and Mr. Buck over there at ESPN are too new to be making it. Yeah, they're set, but they're also too new to be making any changes, regardless of whether they're as good as they are.
Yeah.
So at this point, you let them go to ESPN just so you could have Greg Olson over there at Fox. And now you got the situation with Tom Brady. So out of the other 2 networks that are literally in play for this to happen, my money, if I were to bet on this, would be Greg Olson goes to CBS within the next year to 2. He may do this B team thing for a season, but by 2025, I have a feeling, and I'll predict it now, Greg Olson goes to CBS.
You heard it here first. Okay. Well, whatever you do, Greg, I'm a fan, man. I want to hear you on some more games, because games are really done very well when you're color. So I appreciate you. And I think I speak for Drew when I say that as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Total Football Talk.
Oh, you didn't think we were going to award a snowflake, did you? Well, welcome to Snowflake of the Week. And due to some time constraints, we're going to switch it up a little bit, and I will give mine first. So, for me, my Snowflake of the Week. I really want to give it to Kyle Juszczyk so bad. I really do. But I won't. I'm going to give it to Steve Wilks. And yes, this defense coordinator of 49ers. And he called a great game. Sunday's game was actually well called. I mean, if I would actually look at it, I'm like, yeah, for the most part, the game plan was solid. But I'm sorry, my friend. You're playing against the best quarterback in today's time. You have a 3rd, and I think it was 6. You have a 3rd and 6 on their side of the field. And you decide not just to show 7, but to blitz 7. I'm sorry, my man. You do not You do not, and I have never been a defensive coordinator, so I will understand this, but I have been on a football field. You do not make the game easier for an opposing quarterback, because if a quarterback like Mahomes sees 7 coming at him, more than likely he's going to say, okay, let me locate the one I'm going to as soon as I put the first foot dropping back to pass. And that's exactly what he did. And he was in shotgun formation to boot. Now, you know better than that, Steve. Come on, dude. Come on, man. And yeah, I could pick the other things, the 49ers special teams, because they allowed a muff punt and a blocked extra point. But I'm still on the you blitzed with 7 against Patrick Mahomes in overtime. I'm still there. I'm still there. So Steve, you got to wear that L just like you're wearing this snowflake, bro. With that, I have to head on out. Goodbye, everybody. But Drew will be able to take you the rest of the way. And Drew, I guess you can begin by announcing who your snowflake of the week is.
Well, I'm glad that you left it for me in this moment to discuss this one person. But before you go there, Cole, just want to say it's definitely been a blast covering the NFL with you over this 24 episodes to conclude this season. Next week, we start UFL. We start CFL. We start talk with that. And I've already been doing my homework this past weekend because I'm ready to rock and roll. There's some rosters that I wanted to, there's some breakdowns I'm looking forward to. So I'll give my closing part here as Cole rolls out. Don't think this is over yet, guys. Maybe for the NFL, but we're going to get you hyped up for the UFL and the changes that have been coming within the XFL to the UFL, the USFL, getting lazy by taking the S out, all sorts of stuff. Okay.
Lord.
And McCoffey brought it up earlier. We got the Indoor Football League, even though that's not a primary subject of here. We got some fillers in there too. But when it comes to the Snowflake of the Week, you will see the Snowflake of the Week pick coming for this show into the future for UFL and other picks as well. So Snowflake of the Week, even though this is my final NFL Snowflake of the Week pick for the season, it's not the final one ever. And not the final one of the near future either. Maybe till March. Well, yeah, because we do the first UFL game until the end of March. So now back to my Snowflake pick. Great pick by Cole by saying that it was going to be Steve Wilks for his pick in this. And I can't argue against that. What I can say is I'm going to stick with the same team, of course, the losing team, but go with a different position and actual player on this one. And it's not from the defense. This is someone who I wouldn't say is overhyped, but kind of put his foot in his mouth a little bit. And some of you are probably seeing this and thinking that I'm talking about Deebo Samuel, which I could definitely go there because he only had 3 catches for 33 yards, didn't score, and had 3 rushes for 8 yards. So combined, he was a part of 6 plays for 41 yards? It's pretty sad. Okay. What I got to look at this is the most sad. Something that if you've been watching from beginning to now, you know exactly where I'm going with this. Not talking about Travis Kelce, of course, having the #1 podcast out there and there each and every week talking about football, but I am going to talk about within the same position and on the other team, and that being someone who Snowman likes to call the animal, disrespect George the Animal Steele. He doesn't deserve it, in my opinion, is George Kittle. Okay. 1 catch for 2 yards. Then you had another catch for 2 yards. 2 catches, 4 yards. 2 catches for 4 yards. And you are at the stature of what you are as a tight end for the 49ers. A big piece, a big reason for why they got as far as they did and advanced over the hurdles that they did to get to this point as a Super Bowl appearance. And you were probably on the offensive side for the 49ers, the most quiet all day. And this had nothing to do with that shoulder injury because you were in the game healthy for over 3/4 of the game, over 3.5 quarters of the game, because it wasn't until the end of the fourth quarter where you got banged up going into overtime. So for 3.5 quarters of the Super Bowl, you were healthy. I mean, tell me you only got 2 catches for 4 yards? I know the defensive line, the Kansas City defensive line, was playing absolutely out of their minds and doing great, like they have been throughout the season, to get this Chiefs team to the Super Bowl. But you are someone who's up there as arguably one of the great tight ends of this era, of this current era, the late 2010s to the now 2020s. You're supposed to be up there in the conversation with Kelsey. There was a discussion of between several different analysts throughout this past week or so, saying that the matchup they're looking forward to is Kelsey and Kittle. And whoever has the bigger production out of the two, that team's going to win. And I honestly can now look back on whoever said that and the one saying that, and saying that was a pretty spot on analysis. Now, going into halftime of this Super Bowl, you wouldn't have even thought about that, because both of them weren't producing, because at that point Travis Kelce only had 1 reception for 1 yard. He didn't go off until the second half because the Kansas City Chiefs were struggling in the first half. But looking at the overall scope, okay, the one player that I would say would be the snowflake, the one, or you could say it's a coach too, like Cole did with Wilkes. I mean, you can go with any person, a part of the team for it, but I'm going with the skill position. I'm going with a player for this. If you would have had more production out of Kittle, okay, you already had great production from Christian McCaffrey in his first Super Bowl. Kittle's already been there before, knew what it took to get there, but also should have learned from what he didn't do in the previous Super Bowl to help get them over the hump. He didn't do any of that. He had nothing to do with the success or lack thereof in this game. And I'm not throwing total shade towards the 49ers, because in my opinion, this was one great game. Like Cole and I talked about, this game brought back old school feels. It's something that we would have expected had the Lions made it to the Super Bowl. You know, gritty, biting kneecaps off, Man Campbell as the head coach. But what I have to look at here in the snowflake of the week pick is who, in my opinion, was the weakest link of the team throughout this course of the game. And you can't say it was Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy had a pretty decent game. He didn't even throw any interceptions. He only had 15 incompletions, was 23 of 38 for 255 yards and a touchdown. I mean, that's not horrible numbers. We've seen people win Super Bowls with worse statistics at the quarterback position. But when it comes to the person on that team, whether it's offensively or defensively, had the negative impact, the biggest negative impact, I got to make my selection and go with George Kittle, no animal included, because he is not an animal. He was played and treated like a runt in this game. That is my pick when it comes to the snowflake of the week.
Total football talk.
As long as it's one. Oh, that's great. I love it. I hope it actually is recording. Listening to it.
And here for the post-game part of the show is we basically give our closing thoughts, per episode. And the biggest thing I got to say is thank you to all of you who are watching this currently, whether it be on Comey Media or Sotoba Media's platforms. Again, if you haven't done so, whichever one of the platforms that you are currently watching this on, please hook that channel up with a like, share, and also subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, this is the first time that you've been watching on either one of the Comey Media or Sotoba Media channels, it would mean a lot to Cole and myself as we do whatever we can out here in these streams to make it out here in these streets. So thank you all for the participation in the chat. I know it's tough at times. We have an average of a 3-hour show Today we ran to another 4-hour show. That to me, it speaks volumes of how great of conversation that Cole and I have, because we could take a simple topic and run with it, talk about it for 20 minutes here, 30 minutes there, depending on what it is that we're talking about. We have covered and analyzed the progress and the lack thereof of 32 NFL teams for 24 consecutive weeks. And that is something that I am definitely proud of. Out of all the stuff that I've done out here, whether it's out there in the media or right here on the streams, I would say this is probably, even though I've got 105 episodes of the In or Out Sports Debate, this show right here, I'm the most proud of, because consistency is key. Building relationships is key. The only thing that I wish I had more time of is more free time to talk with Cole, not on this show to have more airtime, but throughout the week, because Cole is a great person, along with the other list of great people that I have in my life to talk with. It's just getting older, being an adult, having, different priorities. It's tough to fit things in. And I'm so grateful for Cole for being able to fit this in the time frame. And for those of you wondering where he is, he had to jump off. He has a work meeting, so that's why he had to jump off. But no issues there. I just appreciate Cole working with me to where we could still keep the show alive when my professional schedule changed. Like my work schedule, time, days changed. Like we were 10, 11 weeks into the show, I think. Something like this. It wasn't quite halfway there. And, if Cole didn't care, didn't have a heart about it, he could have said, nope, can't do it during the time that I have available, then we're going to have to pull the plug on the show. But Cole is a great person and worked with me. And that is why we have gotten to 24 episodes throughout 6 months now of an NFL season, where this is our final episode of the season, and still remain on track to go with UFL and CFL during these open months that we have during this NFL offseason. So for those of you who are entertained by Cole, myself, and love jumping in and seeing what we got to say about what we're talking about, if you love the game of football, whether you're a big fan of the UFL or CFL or not, I encourage you guys to come still check us out on Tuesday. Same time, same places, not going anywhere. That's my plan. And unless we have any discussions off the air and it changes to where, the scheduling or consistencies or thereof, we'll have an announcement that time. But the current plan is to keep it going and to talk about the other leagues of football that we got out here. This is why the name Total Football Talk is what it is. It could be NFL football talk or something along the lines of NFL, but if that was the case, today would be our final episode and would be ending a season. Unfortunately, that is not the case if you were hoping for that, because we got a lot more to talk about. XFL, now USFL/UFL, because they just took the S out. We're going to get into plenty of that discussion when we start, that episode up, as we've alluded to certain things in past episodes since that name change. But the one thing I can at least say is, as much and as grateful as I am each and every day, given my past health experiences, to still wake up each and every day, Tuesday is my favorite day for a lot of reasons. We get to do this show right here, and I get to spend a lot of time with Cole. Spent over 3.5 hours with Cole today. It was great, and we covered a lot within the closure of this NFL season. And there's a lot more in store for Total Football Talk going forward. If you want to find me on the social media interwebs, which I know last week I said I was going to fix it, I obviously didn't. You can find me at these links right here if you want to reach out to me and Sertoba Media. When it comes to my man Cole Johnson, you can find him at this one code that I really need to get and jump on. When it comes to flowcode.com/page/host Cole Johnson. If you would like to find him and reach out to him to talk to him here on the social media interwebs. And as always, you can find us 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Central Time here on either Sertoba Media or Comey Media's platforms, primarily the YouTube channel. If you'd like to throw some comments in the chat and get them acknowledged during the live broadcast, that is the best place to find us. We've only got one more thing left to do.
Acknowledge me.
No, we don't have to do that. We really only have one more thing left to do, and that is look at one great outro from Cole Johnson. And I can't give the speech like he does because I don't want to steal his thunder in that moment. But what I will tell you again is thank you all who have stuck with us from episode 1 to episode 24 throughout this entire NFL season. This wouldn't be possible without your fanhood during the live broadcast or even after in post-production when you still comment on them and still like them and still watch them after the live. But I'm looking forward to seeing how things progress throughout 2024. It wouldn't be possible without you and those of the future. And I couldn't do this alone without Cole. He could probably do it alone without me, but you know, the team makes it what it is. And we got something special right here, something for the future that I'm looking forward to keep on brewing. And with that said, we again only have one more thing left to do is look at one awesome outro. As always, everyone, please stay safe out here in these streets.